Well, well, well. Wow. Um,
Strong start.
I came to the conclusion, driving home from work one day, that I have played enough Fire Emblems that I think I can actually start making definitive rankings. And it would be a good thing at the end of each game to take a look at each game and go, where does this lie for us against the rest of the series? But in order to get there, we have to start making the list. So there is the stream of sitting down and going, where does each game lie?
And the game, our opinions of these games change over time. Like 3 years from now, when you eventually get to engage, would we be able to move Thracia up or down a spot?
I mean, yeah, we could adjust them as we look back on the games. I think that's a very good thing to do with the ranking list. And also, because there was talking about this the other night, I'm willing to take opinions from the others in the call and move these. These aren't just definitively my choices. I should specify that two things. A, I'm only doing the games that I've played on stream. And B, I'm gonna have to find a different poll when we get there, or tier maker, because hold up, this one's weirdly louder.
I want to start studying for some reason.
Anyway, but yes, this tier list was made before Engage came out. I just liked the icons that they used for this. Anywho, without further ado or delay, it's time to begin the science with the first one. This isn't its placement. I'm just putting it here tentatively.
So what criteria do you want to use for this? Anything specific or
Everything.
Just general discussion? Okay.
Shadow Dragon's rough. Shadow Dragon Blade of Light is rough. I don't want to initially rank it very low because of its rough edges, because I think legitimately for the first game it does a lot of things right. It, as a strategy game, does make you think about your moves, and being a Kage game does let you do some wild ass stuff, like, you know, no range warp, which is always very fun when that shows
Which
up.
stuck around for a while.
Yes, it did. That said, it's obviously, you know, and again, I don't want to rank it lowly just because it's a NES game. Yeah, I'm not going to rank Mega Man 3 bottom of the list because it's a NES game and it looks aged.
All the Mega Mans to put at the bottom of the list. You went with that one.
I'm just saying that, like, I think
know,
three's an
hard
alright game, so, you know, that's, anyway.
Fire Emblem 1.
The things that you can point at as a negative is the lack of an inventory, like, pre-map sorting anything. I mean, it was the first game, they didn't think that they might need that, or it was limitations of the system. Who knows why that didn't exist until 3. But holy crap, it sucks in 1. The end of maps just become, well, let's do the inventory shuffle. And that I would dock it down low.
So, at least on my end, the two things I look at the most of this game, comparing to others in the series, is most of your characters are, for the most part, just there. They don't have any real personalities and such.
No, yeah.
There's, and again, that's stuff that builds on. But also, this is the bones of the series. This is the blueprint that a lot of these games are built upon. So I don't want to say it's the worst because a lot of good came from it.
The other part of this that I will point at is being one of the very early ones in the series. There are some characters in this that are just bad. Like, they're just designed to be bad.
Mm-hmm.
They're not. They don't have any redeeming quality. Batu. I'm going to point at Batu. Batu can be, like, really good for a map because he's a dragon and it's the first time you have him. But his stats are garbage, and he literally, I don't think, has any growths.
If he does, they're teeny tiny.
Yeah.
I think the best way I can look at this game is, you already went over majority of the points of its rough edges and all this such, but did you have fun playing it is the important question.
And I think that's the big thing, is that I did. It has problems, but I did really enjoy it. And I think problems, but I enjoyed it, would be solidly D rank. I think C is like completely middle of the road.
Yeah.
But I enjoy it, but would never recommend it.
And that's another thing to think about is a game that, would you recommend it, and how many buts would you have after that? But it has a problematic story. This one doesn't. Or, but it has some characters that are icky or anything like that. And most of this would just be like, it's clunky. And you can enjoy it, but at the same time, I wouldn't recommend this as the first one you'd play.
I will say it does feel gameplay-wise balanced around the clunkiness that is there. The game is giving you the tools to beat it.
Yeah, like I said, it's really well designed gameplay-wise. I think if it had any sort of inventory system, it would just be C. It would be the complete middle of the road, the perfect example of a medium tier Emblem game. That inventory system brings it down so bad.
Yep.
Yeah, I in my head, without the inventory system, I put it at C, possibly B. But I have a personal bias towards the very first games in a lot of series, just because you can see where everything came from, and I'd like to give them the benefit of the doubt.
And I looked to double check it. Bantu has 10% HP, 10% skill, and 10% luck.
Yeah,
that's it.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah. Again, I do not like it when an Emblem, because of the whole idea of, well, you might be losing units, so you have to have backups. I don't like it when an Emblem just has units that are just bad.
Well, I think you already hit it on the nail on the head when you said Bantu's there for about 2 maps, and then it's like, okay, he's done. He's here to get you out of a bad spot, and that's all that matters.
Now then, Julian.
Huh?
Julian.
One does have some of my favorite units in the series, and that's kind of messed up to think about. There's Julian, and then there's Cantor. Cantor's great. Cantor is... They had to apologize for archers for like a bunch of games because Cantor was stupid.
Mm-hmm.
You mean Castor?
Castor? I can't remember.
Yeah, Castor.
Yeah, Cantor is the ability to hit and run away, or Canto.
I played 2 different translations with that character in it.
Totally fair. Well, yeah, I agree with D. I got no problems with D.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can't put the remake of 1 up yet because Newbie hasn't played it, and I am very much looking forward to Newbie playing it just to see his reaction to it.
So I'm initially going to put it here, and I also think that this is where it ends up. I think Gaiden is a C game. Gaiden is weird NES sequel where it's kind of the same game, but we did a way lot different. It is your Final Fantasy 2 to your Final Fantasy 1 of, you can see the same game here, but you have to squint.
Yeah, or Zelda or Castlevania or a lot of those different games of, they're like you said, it's trying a lot of different things that are different to see how it works out, and a lot of the stuff in there I actually really enjoy.
2 does a lot right. I think it has the weapon system and the inventory system that it has because they realized the problem with the system in the first game. So they're like, all right, let's minimize this. Let's approach this at a different angle. It actually has more of a story than one did.
Two actually brings story and meaningful dialogue to the series. And
I like the split character thing of jumping from Alm to Celica to Alm to Celica, and then the combo final chapter. Actually, I think they combo in chapter 3 and chapter 4, both of them. Either way. I like that you are jumping back and forth between two different parties. They're actually quite different. Again, the interesting thing about Gaiden that I always point at is the fact that Alm starts with non-wizards, and Celica is wizard party.
Now, Alm's party is a little bit more variable because he has 3 villagers to start with, so they can kind of go around, but they kind of lean towards certain growth, so it's up to the player.
Now, some of those late game maps, all dragons.
All dragons. They're, like I said, I think the perfect reason why this is a C game is because it does a lot right. It does a lot wrong. There is some really bad map design in 2.
Man, or boring map design, because there are those maps that are just wide open fields and there's enemy paladins and cavaliers, and it's one of those, okay.
It's really interesting because there's so many maps that are like, it feels like they put none thought into it, hence the wide open fields and everything. And then there's like any of the castle maps where you look at them and you go, this is distinctly crafted. Like you have this, you have put an archer here and their range is just that they are a problem and you have to approach this in a certain way.
Yep.
And then it flip-flops back and forth between stuff. Look, if you go into the one cave, the wizard map isn't that bad. You just have to remember to go into the cave and get the shield. That makes it so you can't get hit by magic.
Look, that to me elevated this game a full tier up, that we can look back and go, oh, we're the idiots. It's not the game. We just went, no, we got to do that thing first. We don't need to go in this cave to find the treasure that would make the next map actually viable to do.
Look.
So I'm definitely of the opinion of a D, but I'm willing to take the D here and put this at C. I definitely feel like this game needed a bit more growing, but it is definitely a step up above 1.
That's the thing, is I was going to suggest wherever 1 is, this would go a step above.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think that's just where it is. Gaiden has enough of a built upon the bones of 1.
You also have more characters that interact beyond just the chapter you recruit them on. Not everybody, but enough, and that's a step in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of steps in the wrong direction, though.
Oh boy, let's talk about
Don't you dare put that at C. I know you're starting there, but still.
Let's start with Mystery of the Emblem, which is Fire Emblem 1, but worse. There's so many things to point at in Mystery of the Emblem that is bad. It is legitimately, like, it is. Well, first of all, there's a remake of 1 in there.
Yes, book 1.
Book 1. Yes, 3 is really a remake and a sequel. It has book 1 and book 2. Book 1 is just Fire Emblem 1, and book 2 is Fire Emblem 1, 2. It's not, no, book 1 isn't even game 1 abridged. Like, I guess you can call it abridged because they took out 6 maps, but it's still 20 maps long. It's book 1 is very long.
That's still abridged, but also they took out characters and other things, Reese, for example. So, I mean, there's enough of a difference there that I think you can point at and go, it's different.
They took out Reese, which in and of itself is a crime. They also put pants on Marth.
Infinitely worse game because of it.
Like, that immediately drops it a level.
Either way, I had to take book 1 into consideration when I talk about mystery, because like it's seriously half the game. Mystery in and of itself, book 2 is probably the shortest Emblem.
Which is a blessing in disguise.
So, what does... Alright, hey, let's start with this. What does Mystery of the Emblem do right? Let's not be entirely negative. Alright, what does it do right? Inventory system. This is where they add the actually, pre-battle inventory sorting, which is amazing. I think you can select where units deploy in this. Great, perfect. Or actually, maybe not. I don't know. I forget when that actually gets added, because we did a hack.
I don't think it's for a while. Yeah, I think it's actually 6.
Yeah, that might make sense. Anyway, other things. Staffs give experience. That didn't exist until this game.
The dancer class, as someone's pointing out in the chat.
Dancers, correct.
She was real good, too.
Once again, like most things in Emblem, the first time it's introduced, it's entirely too powerful, and it suffers for a couple games in a row because of that.
We'll get there.
When I say suffer, I mean like stat line wise.
Oh, combat utility. Okay, yeah, because I'm looking at the next game going, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, buddy.
Yeah, no. She's great in the next game. She cannot be in combat, whereas I literally put her with a lady blade on a fortress and she killed so many bandits.
Which is true. And there were a couple maps in 3 that I thought were well designed. The problem was that there were a lot more maps that I thought were utter slogs, and that's what really frustrated me.
Yes. The shards are okay. It is the thing that I feel... How do I put this? And we'll get to it down the line, but Tells did the equipable thing that ups your stats, your stat growths the best.
Yeah, the bands.
Yeah. Mainly because with the way that the shards work, you could just stack all the shards on one person and, make a unit busted. And I kind of don't like when you can do that.
Yeah.
I like it when you can use them as a slight adjustment, like what we did in Thracia. I don't like them as pile them up on people.
Yeah, I think I agree. You have a max of 1 per person, that equipped per person, because otherwise, like you said, everyone can become amazing if you put the effort into working on them with all those shards. Everyone before they get to the star crystal, star gem.
Other things that Mystery of the Emblem did really bad. The arena is unusable.
Yeah.
The arena is so stacked against you. You always have an iron weapon. Enemies can have upgraded weapons. They throw heroes at you when you're level 10 unpromoted. The arena is impossible to use, and I was using an emulator with save states.
The reduced experience from fights.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes. Again, saying that this is Fire Emblem 1 but bad. In Fire Emblem... Alright, so we didn't talk about this because it's not really something that needed to be addressed in Fire Emblem 1, but the way experience works in Fire Emblem 1 is you get experience equal to the amount of damage you did, capped at 20. And the experience you got for killing a unit was each enemy type had a base EXP reward that they would give, and you would get that base EXP reward plus the unit's level. So Thieves gave 40, and then a level 20 Thief would give 60, to give you a little bit more EXP as you were progressing through the game. It makes sense to me. It's nice. Mystery of the Emblem removed that plus level thing, so it was just the base EXP of units. So killing a brigand on... Really? You're doing this?
Yes.
Killing a brigand on map 1 gave you the same EXP as killing a brigand on map 20.
And it kind of incentivized you to not kill people just to scrape out as much damage experience as you could.
Which would make sense, except for the fact that They also lowered the cap that you could get on damage experience from 20 to 10.
Which is disgusting.
Yes. Entering into a combat, normally in Fire Emblem 1, you get like 20 experience. Like by end game. And it kind of helped you to keep your levels going. At that point, you were actually gaining most of your experience from the damage you were doing, because you weren't killing things in one hit, in one round, because that's Gaga Emblem. You don't do that usually. When I played through Book 1 of Mystery, mind you, I was going to level 20. I was promoting people on the final map of the game, because that's how long it took me to get to level 20 base class on some units.
Now, should Newbie have been promoting earlier? Probably. But
yeah, probably.
It in some ways, it's also him kind of stress testing the system of, what if I want to wait until level 20? Can I do it? And the answer is, yeah, you can. It's just, there's no real incentive in the first game to do so, because there's no difference in experience growth pre or post promotion.
Yep.
Now, all those things aside, that is what would make it be E tier. Let's talk about indoor maps.
Yep.
Wait, before we get there, I think Mia actually had another point, because indoor maps are going to take a while.
Indoor maps going to take a while. I wanted to bring up the bad ending you could get if you did. I don't like additional reset conditions in my Fire Emblems where, okay, yeah, if a unit dies, I have to reset. I understand that. If I didn't loot a specific chest, I am just locked out of a big chunk of the game. I can't. You reach the Dragon Temple and you just get told, nope, you don't have everything. Go home. Yeah. I did not like that.
Yep. If you don't have all the orbs, you can't make the Fire Emblem. On top of that, hey, let's talk about the other bad ending of you have to bring 4 specific units to the final map.
Yep.
Yes.
And by the final map, I mean the final 3 maps.
That still hurts.
Yeah, if you don't have all the orbs, the game ends at killing Harbin.
Mm-hmm. Now, to be fair, those 4 specific units, most of them are pretty good.
Yeah, they're mostly pretty good, but like, I didn't use Camus for almost the whole game.
And that's okay.
Now, indoor maps. As the last thing, and this is the thing that I would actually say would bump it down to an F level. Horses and mounted units can't be mounted indoors. Which means your paladins become soldiers. Your Pegasus riders become soldiers. Your Wyvern knights become soldiers. Your bow knights become bowmen.
Now, what does that happen to their weapons, Newbie?
Well, for bowmen, it doesn't matter. For
Yeah.
the other classes I mentioned, means that they go from being able to wield spears to wielding swords. Hope you've been stocking up on swords, because you're going to need them.
Now, 3 still had weapon levels, correct? Rather than specifically your training in a certain type of weapon?
Yes.
So, at least it doesn't mean that you had to be training up swords for all these people this whole time. It could be, okay, I have a couple extra silver swords or what have you, I can hand them out. Which was okay, it was just very frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
But now it means you're missing a third of the weapon triangle.
Yep, and also in this game that gives you the Gravius, you know, the super cool, awesome spear, and you're allowed to use it, I believe, for like 1 map.
Well, no, you could bring a general along and they can use a spear.
That's right, you could bring a general.
Yeah, all 2 that you get? Or do you get more? I don't remember
No,
if
I think it's
Night
only
Twins.
2.
Yeah, there are a bunch of characters that didn't appear in Book 2, and I think the 2 knights that you get midway through the game in the first one don't appear in the second one. The 2 guys that are the exact same face with the bald head and whatever.
Yes.
I don't think they show up. So
Right.
it's either Drog or what's her face, the general that you recruit much later on, who starts with very bad stats.
I'm looking at the list of
her.
characters real quick. Alright, Drog is a knight. Gotten in chapter 1. God, I forgot how many characters you have at the start of the game.
Quite a few.
Kaga Emblem.
Sheena, that's it.
Yes. Who is you have to do some flips to recruit Sheena.
Boy, do you. What? What? You know what? Nope. I'm going to save that. I'm saving that for a game in a little bit. We'll talk about it then.
Yeah, that's right. You could use Sheena. Just gonna roll down to Sheena's starting stats. Sheena, what's your weapon level? 12.
That's not bad, actually.
It's not bad. What's your weapon level growth? 60. Okay. If you attempted to use Sheena's a different character. You could probably have her wield the Gravius. I don't remember what weapon level it is. I'm not about to look that up.
Yeah, she could get to it. The problem is her other stats are not the best, so you have to baby her a little bit until she gains a few levels, and her solid growths do start to kick in. But even so, that means, again, for spear access indoors, you are limited to 2 people, unless there's someone we're all missing. I guess Zane? I don't know if Zane works.
I mean,
That's a weird...
Zane copies the stats that the person he turns into.
Yeah, so I mean, technically 3, but that's semantics, I think. Either way, I agree that the indoor maps really does hurt this game quite a bit, along with a lot of the other decisions in it.
There we go. Gravius. I'm looking up the numbers on Gravius real quick. That is where it drops. I need its numbers.
We need to know. This is part of this. Is we have to go, do the deep dives of, is it worth it? Like, are we remembering this? No, we're remembering this. It's just it's rough.
Oh, here it is. Okay, no, she can at default wield Gravius.
There we go.
Gravius is only 12, so there you could use Sheena.
Yeah,
but also she moves slower than every other unit.
Correct. Because she's general.
Yep. So anyway, yeah, probably the sole one down here until I don't know Fates happens, but yeah, I think Mystery of the Emblem is F tier. It is the only one that I played through that I was just like, I am so fucking done with this game.
The last few maps especially, and that might actually be something we talk about for every game, is how does it finish? Because sometimes they don't land on their feet. It falls apart at the very end. It trips and just face plants for like the last 4 maps.
Speaking of which,
hey,
Genesology.
So this was a game that going into it, I had some preconceived notions and did not like it.
Mm-hmm.
Now coming out of it, I kind of like it.
The same thing with me. I was going into genealogy, and the only thing I really knew was map big, and you need horse, and that they kind of blindside you by like making objectives appear all over the place. But experimenting with that and just kind of capturing castles as soon as I could. No, they do kind of give you enough time to run to next objective most of the time.
Sometimes too much time.
Yeah. And like on a whole, I do think genealogy executes what it's trying to do well. It does its whole like big grand scale maps, and it's actually kind of interesting. That said, there's parts of those maps that are sometimes very bad, such as map 2's forest that you have to walk through.
Mm-hmm.
That then like funnels. God.
Well, the funnel is the intentional to make sure that you walk directly into the meteor spell unless you get the silence going.
Also, I think that's where you recruit Deirdre. Like that's a force tile that you have to walk on so that you recruit Deirdre.
That's another reason. Yeah.
But like, it's bad.
Yeah.
There are several things about this game that I think we can look at and say that's a very solid idea. Mechanically, I think the game is quite solid. I like the idea of you only have static weapon levels depending on what class you are and your inheritance based on if you have holy blood and such. I thought that was a very neat idea.
I actually love that because it gives characters personality in what they can do.
Yeah, and I like that it's the start of like the support system in the game. And is it the best support system? No, but you at least have an incentive for characters to start working together.
The skill system was also really dope because it gives characters personality in what they can do. Dew was a terrible combat unit, completely fucking awful, but if we could get some money on him, we were able to pass around money to people that might need it, so that existed and was fun.
Yeah, he was a utility unit in that regard. And there's also, like, talking about personality, the difference between your red and green cavaliers in terms of one could double and the other one had a critical hit mechanic attached to him. Yeah. That was a neat idea. Weapons that could gain kills on them so that if you get enough kills on a weapon, that weapon suddenly starts getting critical hit bonuses to it.
God, what was her name?
Fee.
Fee.
Yeah.
Fee with her legendary Brave Lance that like crit 30% of the time. It ruled.
Yep.
And you can also get into other ideas where, some of the maps were too large or had, or rather in some places funneled in certain points that made it kind of a slog, but there were so many other maps where the grand scale of the maps worked because you couldn't just focus everybody on one spot and try to punch through. You had to spread out a little bit and have multiple objectives that you're trying to achieve at the same time. And by multiple objectives, I mean fighting off different enemy parties that are coming at you from multiple angles.
I think a good example of that too is like, I think it was the second to last map where you have to save the monk who's running away with turfing.
Yeah, the save the father monk, whatever, who's also guarding the kids. You have to be able to sprint a couple people over there, usually your flyers, to be able to save him. Otherwise, you're never going to make it in time.
And also, I think genealogy actually, to its benefit, at allowing you to field every unit.
Yes.
It makes all the... We talked about this at the end of Awakening, but it makes every unit memorable because you were always using everyone. Even, like, again... Sorry. Hi, audio of Awakening just kind of taking me out of nowhere.
Grom?
We're getting there. Hold on. Hold your horses. We'll get back there in like 10 to 15 minutes.
Again, I vetted this playlist in no way. I just typed in chill Fire Emblem beats and clicked the first thing. Right, characters, you can field everyone. Like, we joke about Arden, because Arden's memorable. It's fun, like, Arden is there, and he's great.
And a lot of what makes characters memorable is not, like, their personality traits or anything, it's you being able to use them, and forming a character around them by how they play in the game. Everyone has their favorite character from that one game they played where they kicked ass.
And then you talk to your buddy and they say, what? No, that person was terrible for me. He died on chapter 1 or whatever.
So, like, at what we have said so far, I'm sliding genealogy up to a B. I still have more to say about genealogy.
Oh, yes.
That I really enjoy. Yeah. Every time they have introduced it since then, they have been trying to capture that lightning in the bottle. I think the second gen system in this rules.
Yes.
It is so smart, mainly because there's two things to it. You have the, okay, I've made the pairing, and now you have these units, and they're distinct, and they have their own things, and because of my pairings, I made these two very distinct units. Or I didn't make a pairing and I get these two other very different units. They're similar because their classes may be similar, but they're very different units than the units that you would have gotten if you made a pairing, and that rules.
And that really changes how the second half of the story goes. Not only based off if you're bringing in all the different weapons and skills and stuff for the passing down mechanic, but also not only are the characters different in terms of mechanics, but also in terms of personality or the conversations they have with other people. There's a conversation in the second half where Seela can have with, I think it's Lana's replacement. I don't remember her name off the top of my head, so I apologize to everybody. Where about 2 to 3 chapters in, they have a conversation, and he pretty much just breaks down and says, I don't know what I'm doing. He is in essence describing he has the imposter syndrome, and he just wants to run away from it all, but he knows he can't. That conversation never happens if Lana's around, because he's around more people that are of the Crusader bloodline, and he probably feels a little bit more confident. So it's a very different playthrough, and it's very interesting to see how these changes can occur.
That's a very interesting perspective, because storyline-wise, that would make sense, because Sealith is just like, he started a very small revolution and then was very quickly put up on a podium, like after you save Leaf, of like, oh, here's our savior godchild. Mm-hmm. And aside from having the sword blood, Salif isn't special. He is not actually part of any of the legend of his going to save the world. That's a different character. She's over there. You meet her later. But Salif is a Jeff.
Yeah, and
he's a Lord Jeff, but he is just a Jeff.
He's an honorable guy, and he's been trained and by very exceptional people, and also has the potential to be amazing. But at the same time, you're right. He starts out as just kind of a Jeff. Also, we kind of skipped ahead when we get into the second generation. We do have to talk about the twist of the game at the end of the first half.
Oh, yeah.
The twist is so good of like, all right, you did it. Congratulations. You stopped the war. Everything's great now. Yeah, the king of the realm wants to talk to you for no particular reason. And you walk up there and he goes, hey, motherfucker, I stole your wife. Also, I'm going to kill you. What? And then you die.
And most of your party is either dead or horribly injured because of that. In fact, there's some ramifications for what happens to one of the people there, but don't worry about it.
There's a lot of multiple people, there's ramifications.
If one person becomes a different person entirely, it's weird. But there's a lot of just stuff that happens with that twist where at that time frame, that was a very radical idea of, wait, what do you mean all my people are gone? They're gone? I don't get any of, well, I get one back, but they're all gone?
You get one back and it takes a map and a half.
Yeah.
Like, literally, that's it. Finn is the only playable character.
And he ditched before we even got to the end of the first half.
That's the only reason he lives and is in fighting shape for the second half, is because he was sent away. Also, Oife. Can we talk about Oife? I love Oife.
Oife.
Oife, I fully believe that Oife was probably going to be like a tactician for the second half. Like, I learned with your father, so I have all these great ideas. And then they started playing through the game and went, ah, shit, we threw way too many really hard units the second half. We need to make sure that you have somebody to get through this. That guy. You now have an awesome mustache and start with great weaponry and you're good to go.
I just adore that, like, yeah, here's the tiny tot squire for the entire first half of the game, and then in the second game, he's a badass because it's 15 years later. And he's been fighting to keep his lord's child alive for those 15 years.
He did it.
It rules.
God, it's so good.
Now, we have talked about all that kind of good stuff, but this is actually something me and I chatted about. And the one thing that this game that really kind of hurts is I really wish they hadn't done the whole bloodline thing for how the dark blood has to appear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just icky. There's no getting around it.
The actual bloodline part of genealogy is... Look, man, it was a different time. It was the early 90s, and writing was different. We didn't really think anything about just like all of that. And there's two things. So speaking of writing, so one thing that I would think brings The current list is Fire Emblem 2 at C, Fire Emblem 1 at D, and Fire Emblem 3 at F. With Genealogy kind of teetering between A and B right now, which would be Fire Emblem 4.
I think that in my head, I'd rather put it at an A than a B. I think there's enough good parts to the game to bring it up.
Here's what my thinking is. And I'm going to just move it around in this thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, in the things that we discussed, the only bad thing to really say about Genealogy is the bloodline thing is a little icky.
Yes.
The one thing that we haven't mentioned that I actually adore about Genealogy and would bump it up to an S rank for me, let me finish this whole thought,
Sure.
is the ending.
Yes.
Genealogy has one of the strongest story endings of the entire series because literally it is this wildly modular ending mattering on everything that you've done over the course of the game. In that, like, this country could end up without a leader because you never married off the person that was a royalty of that area in the first half, or like this person could go to a different country mattering on who they married in the second half, or it's so wildly modular that I actually love that. It's like not significant changes, but I just love that, yeah, everything that ended up happening over the course of the game actually massively changed this ending.
You get an ending where things actually have ramifications of what you did.
In my ending, I can't remember his name, but the bow guy from the lower left there.
Chester?
That doesn't sound right.
No, sorry, that was the second generation blue-haired guy who shot stuff. My apologies, it was the Bow Knight. God, what's his name?
Started with a B, I want to say. Hold up. Genealogy characters. Fire Emblem.
The guy who had the bandana on with the red hair. I know who you're talking about.
Yes. Characters, Genealogy, the Holy War, first generation, primary characters. Jamk.
Yeah.
Jamk.
Yeah.
Jamk is the only character that you get that is from the lower left region. If he doesn't marry anybody, the lower left region doesn't have a ruler in Gen 2.
Yeah.
And
they have a rough time of it.
They have a very rough... It's literally, the footnote at the end of the game is, yeah, they fell into banditry, and eventually Salif had to go down there and suppress the bandits because they were just kind of killing all the population.
Can I say what happens if he is there?
Yeah, go for it.
If the Senate is there, eventually his son, if he lives, will go down there and he will find a bunch of like-minded people and champions of his own, and he will bring that location into being kind of like a golden age era. So he has his own mini game after your game in order to get that area under control. And control is a bad way to put it, but to make it so that there's more, or rather less banditry and more prosperity. There we go.
Yeah, if you don't have any rulers for any zones, Sealif just kind of ends up annexing the entire continent.
Which, yeah.
And not well. Like, it is very much stated, hey, you freed it from the evil empire. It's not great, dog. There's nobody left to really rule any of these areas, and it's one dude. It ain't great, man.
Salif, the moment you die, this entire kingdom is going to fracture.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
If you're lucky.
Yeah, there's no groundwork here.
But if you had all the people around to help out, then you can see, yeah, I mean, maybe if this one spot had a little bit of a rough patch being a polite way to put it, you could get by, but the more and more you start to pull away, yeah, it's holding on by duct tape and prayer.
Mm-hmm.
A wretched empire, but the emperor's fine because he's just overworked and tired and trying to hold it together.
Now, unfortunately, Genealogy's not saying it S.
No. See, the fun thing is, we did this jump ahead thing again, and I really appreciate how you did this, where you jumped to the ending's great. What about that last chapter there, buddy?
I like to start with the good and then lean into the bad. The last chapter and a half of this game is dog shit, and you may say, "Oh, it's only one chapter." It's like, yeah, but remember, there's only 12 chapters in this game. That is
a long chapter.
That is almost 15% of the game.
They're
so bad. There's so many sages with status effect staves that you can't avoid because they're unlimited use when they're on an enemy, so you're just taking these hits every turn. And it's really just like Salif and Ares who can run forward because they get enough magic to block that, but you can't use your mages because if you run your mages forward, they're just gonna get killed by all... the final maps are so bad. They're so bad.
It is always interesting when you have those final maps where you get characters like your one Wyvern Rider, and it's like, wow, she's really cool. I can never use her because if she gets anywhere close to a mage, she's just going to get shut down and then dogpiled.
Yep.
What's the point?
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is a shame because she has a really cool weapon.
I think she's just really cool in general. I like her a lot.
Yep.
One problem I like to add is, okay, yeah, big maps. The first half gives you your horse units. It's horse emblem. Second half, you've got so many infantry of different speeds that you kind of just have to slow boat yourself.
Yeah.
Some characters get to do maybe like one or two things, and then they're playing catch up with the rest of your army for the entire rest of the map.
The good thing is on the second playthrough, on the second map of the second half, you get your dancer halfway through, which helps.
Yeah, we can talk about the dancer for this real quick because we said that the dancers got, the nerf stick hit them after 3, and again, this is stat-wise. In 4, dancers are AoE. They are every square around you, and it is busted. The dancers in 4 are really good. That's not enough to save it from the A rank to bump it back up to S, but
no, I think this game to me kind of falls in the A minus B plus. I'd rather it be an A just because I think it does live up to its hype. Does it have problems to it? Absolutely, but I still look at that game and think I kind of want to play it again every so often.
It would be a game I would recommend to people who have played a Fire Emblem.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Also,
sorry, what games have I missed?
The first 4.
Looks like okay. Sorry, I don't know why we weren't. I didn't think we were going in order, but fair enough. So
the very first game is in D rank.
FE3 is in F tier.
Yes.
FE3 is in F tier, and in the C tier is Gaiden, which
right.
I'm okay with all these so far.
Is genealogy. And D is the original.
Yes.
Purely on the back of its inventory system, I'm guessing.
Literally, yes. I said if it had a good inventory system, it would be a C rank, but that inventory system is such a fucking pain in the ass.
I might even make an argument for B just on the back of it being the first and therefore adjustment on originality.
Yeah, it has... Shadow Dragon has a lot of problems.
Shadow Dragon has a lot of problems. It's also really clever in a lot of ways that later games in the series have kind of forgotten.
And that's kind of what we chatted about, where we had it at the CM, but then it's like, but that inventory.
It's really just that inventory.
Devil away. Sorry.
Devil away.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay. I mean, we were pretty much finished with talking about 4 at that point anyway.
Now.
I can't wait for 5 to go in both F and S tier.
Are you ready?
We will start it in C like the other ones.
Right.
We are in Thracia, and it is the year 776.
There is time for Thracia.
Yeah.
I think the best thing I can say about Thracia is that you will have a lot to talk about if you ever bring this game up.
Thracia,
it is simultaneously the best and the worst of Fire Emblem.
Thracia is a land of contrasts.
It is the most Fire Emblem.
There are so many good maps and so many dog shit maps.
It is incredible that Thracia has some of my favorite maps and some, literally, a point
the worst maps
I will
in the
just say,
series.
yeah, the 19 is the worst map in the series. I've played 11 of these games so far, and I can squarely say 19 is the worst map in the series.
It's amazing
So
that
far.
the fucking trap card level isn't the worst map in that game.
Also, talking about like the bad map design of Thracia, like, hey Thracia, why did you need a teleport map?
Maze in the forest.
No, not map. Maps.
Maps, right?
Plural.
There's 2 of them.
Yep.
But like, God, the forest map is so bad. Your movement's already cut in half, and now sometimes you'll just get warped back to start.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you.
And-
Snakes and ladders.
And it's a map you could technically miss it because it's determined on which way you go.
Yes.
Does the other fork have a better map at the end of that fork?
Yeah,
No.
far back. Oh, they're both better, but they have a worse. We'll get there.
It's a choice between combat and puzzles.
I mean, also, like, do I still have...
You still have your list of good and bad
I
maps.
do, here it is, bad maps. Yes.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
You might have to throw that up here real quick.
Yes.
Okay, hold up, let me get a capture of this, because I don't think I ever actually showed this on stream. Window capture.
While Newbie's getting this up, someone's asking a teleport maze. You didn't watch the Thracia streams. So there were 2 maps that had teleports in them. The first one was a giant forest map, which there weren't that many enemies in, but there were about 6 or 7 squares on that map that if you stepped on them, they'd teleport you to another part of the forest, usually backwards, so you'd have to keep moving forward.
On the other hand, that map also contained just one of the funniest emergent gameplay moments of that run.
True.
Where the villain spends his pre-battle monologue cackling about his new berserk staff, and literally the first thing we did was beef up one of our stick wielders and steal it straight out of his hands.
Which
leads to, yeah.
Which is like the part of Thracia that you go like, man, Thracia's
This
smart.
is incredible. Yeah, like the game just releases the limiters on the wacky bullshit you can do.
So
Yeah,
yes,
it's very much a sandbox game.
the first asterisk at the top of this is most of the Fog of War maps are just bad, and that's mainly because the Fog of War is bad in this game. If it wasn't black and you can instead see the layout
You can
of
see
the
the
map,
terrain.
yeah, it wouldn't be so bad. But it's the fact that it's black.
Oh, no, people are posting Thracia clip. Well, I know what I gotta do. I gotta find that fucking clip.
Shield of Thracia was bad. Shield of Thracia has like the weird split path that doesn't really... It's not really a split path. You just kind of have to hunker down and wait for all the enemies to crash upon you, and then you can walk forward.
Which is a neat idea, but at the same time.
Dandelion is trash garbage. It's a bad map mechanically, and you can also just skip the entire map, so why does this map even exist? Like, not... But I should emphasize, people who didn't watch Thracia, I don't mean skip like it's a... Because it is a guided map. This is the game that introduced guided maps.
No. We mean shortcut straight to the end.
Literally...
Completely turn the map off.
Literally, you can teleport your dancer, or not your dancer, one of your thieves, to the boss. Yeah. They talk to the boss, recruit the boss, become a dancer, and then all the other units leave.
Also, it must be emphasized again, this is like, what, map 7? 8? The game does not give a fuck that you have a warp staff at this point. It wants you to have it.
It hands you one.
Thracia maps. I should type in chapters. That's how everybody does this. Because no, that is not map 7. Dandelion is map 12X.
Lord almighty.
After 1, 2, 3 previous X chapters. Like, hey, yeah, Dandelion is map 16.
Another thing about Dandelion that also is a little frustrating is it's the 3rd map in a row that is Fog of War.
Yes. I was so done
I
with
liked
Fog
the
of
map
War.
immediately before it that was Fog of War, though.
That was
actually like
That was fine.
That was an okay Fog of War map, yeah. Mind you, it was a little, they kind of...
Ooh, wait, hold on. No, I actually have to take it back. I like the previous map except for one issue with it. There is a sleep staff user, Sarum, on it, and you don't have a restore staff.
Yes, Salem's fucking you up
And
from off camera.
status effects are infinite in Thracia. They go on forever.
Yes.
I am
so
actually kind of in favor of that, except for Berserk.
Oh,
That's
I don't think it's bad. I think doing that when you don't have a restore staff is bad. You don't have a
if I
way
had a
to...
restore staff, I would have 0 issues with it.
Yes.
Well, not 0 because I want that staff myself, but no reasonable quibbles with it.
Anyway, Shield of
Oh,
Thracia.
right. The other thing about Thracia. No, wait. We'll get to that.
Shield
We'll
of Thracia is map 7, Dandelion is map 12, and then actually for a while we're pretty good. The maps are fairly solid. You have stuff like Open Fire, which is that big defense map that rules.
Honestly, a lot of the beginning of Thracia actually really kicks ass.
Yeah,
including the prison knife fight. I love the prison knife
the prison fight is so good. Of just you're
So
captured
good.
and you're released, and now you have to get your gear back and fight your way out of prison. It's such a good map.
It's one long rolling clusterfuck. It's fantastic.
Map 16, B, because that is the path split. That's Dark Forest. Fuck Dark Forest. I hate Dark Forest so much. All my homies hate Dark Forest.
Real quick, on the other side of it, it's one long bridge where you fight that jerk that ran away from you in the impregnable fortress, who also imprisoned what's her name?
Olwen?
Yeah, Olwen. You fight him again, and you finally get your revenge. And then the map after that, you fight that Pegasus Knight who you saw earlier when you were trying to run away from the town, and you were getting jumped by Pegasus on all sides that are trying to capture the villagers as you're running away.
Tara?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the Tara convoy.
Yeah, the Tara convoy.
Man, can we talk about the Tara convoy and Infinite
hold on.
Rewarp?
We'll get there in a second,
All right,
but
all right.
the Pegasus Knight who was in charge of the Pegasus group that the other guys said were taking charge of this leave, you can recruit her on that second map, but only if you have your Pegasus Knight talk to her and then capture her.
Oh my lord.
The problem is, in order to capture her, she needs to be off her horse because you cannot capture a mounted unit, so you have to put her to sleep in order to capture her. That is the only way you can recruit her.
Thracia is a land of contrasts.
It is.
Exactly.
Massive
So
contrast.
you have the puzzle that is the Dark Forest, or you have the puzzle of recruiting her. Both are very dumb.
Well, anyway, map 17B, which is the first rain of May, otherwise known as there are like 10 ballistae on this map.
Yep.
Now,
Make
mind
your
you-
own fun, the map.
Now, mind you, we made that viable because we used the Berserk staff to turn
We
the
just stole
ballistae
Berserk
against them.
staff. What if we used it on them and
That-
then it was just
That's
so
it.
good?
Yeah, by the way, these are 3 in a row. 16B, 17B, and then 18, Liberation of Leonster.
Oh, chapter 18.
I will say positive things about this map. I like that they went for a very difficult idea map, where at this point you have had enough time to build up resources, units, experience with the game and everything, that this is the culmination of all that stuff coming to how much do you want to do. However,
Choose
I
your
think the
alternatives.
actual way that this is implemented and how the execution works out is very poor, because the game is intentionally dangling all of these things that you can get in front of you, but there's too much, and I think it's unreasonable to ask for the newer player to try to go for most of these things, because it will very much be a very extremely frustrating and actually damaging experience to the overall gameplay of Thracia.
Counter argument. Doctor, it hurts when I do this. Then don't do that.
But even if you don't do that, there's still parts of that map that are still going to trip you
Oh, yeah,
up.
like Xander's some horseshit anyway. I'll take that as a legitimate complaint. But like, biting off more than you can chew, I feel, is on the individual player.
I just think the mechanic for recruiting the general it's too much. I
Yeah,
appreciate
that I'll
the
absolutely
idea.
agree
Yeah.
with. That's the fair
I
complaint.
think if that was the only thing happening on that map, it would be perfectly fine. It's just the fact that there's
6 other things.
Yeah, there's like
happening
2
on that
other
map.
things happening, and that both those are map wide, and hold up, I have the map up here right now. Like the chest, yeah, there's a scroll in one of the chests. The body ring,
Body ring is on that map.
yeah.
One of them. There's multiple body rings.
Right.
Now, mind you, this is not as important because the secret shops in Thracia are garbage, but keeping all of the soldiers alive is how you get the member card.
The Leinster
use
soldiers are
once.
another.
Yeah.
It's just, we can go on and on about a lot of these maps having very bad mechanics. In fact, Newbie's going to go over the last few ones here in a couple seconds, but it's impressive that we can still have all these conversations about these bad maps and still have positive ideas about this game. Because if there were that many bad maps in other Fire Emblems, it would be, why would you even bother playing this?
Yeah. And
Across
yet
the
somehow...
Across
the river.
The river.
Is that 19?
That is 19.
All right.
So we didn't talk about it, but there's a mechanic in this game of authority stars. And what those do is for each authority star that your side has, all of your units get a +3 hit and evade. Across the river, for some reason, thought it was a good idea to give the enemy 19 authority stars, giving the enemy side of the field a +57 hit and evade flat. The only way to remove this is to remove those units with the authority stars. Now, there is a way to shenanigan this and get rid of like most of them on turn 1.
I
all
believe
of them.
You
You can get rid of
a
all
bunch
of them.
leave anyway, right?
No.
Okay.
No. If you wait around long enough, one will leave. The guy with the 10 stars, he will leave after 40 turns.
40.
Oh my lord, 40. Okay, no. I thought it was something sane.
No.
I thought there was like a prank the game was pulling on you where like after 15 turns he just sort of fucks off and the game goes,
No.
well, alright, play the map now.
Not to mention that that was the only thing this map was doing. It would be a bad map.
But wait, there's more!
Other things on this map. Looks at my notes. Why are certain maps on this list? Oh right, this map has like 10 ballistae on it.
Yep.
Now, this is 10 ballistae with a +57% chance to hit.
Dance, Tenderfoot!
The amount of reinforcements and enemies on this map are pretty normal for a Thracia map. But then, like, hey, when you cross the final bridge or the second bridge of this map, they blow up the first bridge, so anybody that you had on the left side is now stranded.
No, I think you can technically cross that blown up portion. It's just you move extremely slowly.
The boss of this map has a blizzard tome. He has siege magic that puts you to sleep.
He also has a berserk staff.
He also has a berserk staff, which I stole. And
Yeah,
used.
also-
Because of course you did!
Also,
Reinhardt is here.
yeah,
Reinhardt.
the real boss of the map.
It's
Reinhardt is
terrifying.
here. He has a sword you want to get.
You have to have Reinhardt talk to his sister.
Now, going with all those things, since mentioned in the chat, I don't think the idea of teleporting over is an exploit. That's the intended solution. The problem I have with that is the game needed to be much, much better about explaining that as the solution, because the pieces are on the map in order for you to do that. There is a warp staff and there is a rescue staff. Those need to be, both of them need to be closer to the entrance so that you are given the tools to be like, hey, you need to be a fox in the hen house right now. You need to get one guy over there, spook everybody,
Slap him,
and then pull them back.
bail. Yep.
Yeah, because you will get rid of a good chunk of the enemy's resources by doing so. But they need to be much more explicit about that at the beginning of the map and make sure you have the tools for it, because otherwise you can have plenty of people who are going to be stubborn about it and try to brute force their way through the map, and they're going to get very frustrated. Or just stop playing, which is not what you want them to do.
Across the River was the only time that the entirety of me playing Emblem that I had to, and not counting genealogy, that I had to stop in the middle of a map.
Yeah.
And just pick it up next week. I couldn't take
You couldn't. Yeah.
the amount. I did skip over Liberation War. Liberation War is purely on this list because there's 15 ballistae on it. It is a slog to get through. Ballistae are just kind of a constant problem in Thracia. They're fine when there's only a couple, but there's just some maps where they're just like, yeah, the enemy would have this many ballistae, and you go, yeah, you're right, they would. This sucks, man.
It does in fact suck. Is that the map where the intended solution is having the civvies Zerg rush it?
No, that was, yeah, which,
No.
hey, that exists.
That's
first,
a bad idea.
Yeah, that's first reign of May, where they also had like 10 ballistae, and as Vinay said, the intended solution is for you to visit one town, with Leaf, and then the villagers are like, we'll help you storm the castle, and then they get shot with ballistae. And that feels bad, man.
The entire village cracks their knuckles and goes, all right, we're in. Which, like, I mean, on the one hand, it makes sense from a in-story perspective, but it also doesn't feel like Leaf would be down with that plan.
He's not. He actively opposes it. He says, "You're going to die. I don't want that.
I hate this."
And you don't even, as soon as he visits the village, I think it just automatically activates. I don't think you have a choice of saying no. I could be very wrong about that, though. Let me go double check.
Yes, no, it automatically activates. 1000%. Final map on this list is Altar of Loptier, which, that's the Elder Teleport Maze map.
Is this, trap card?
No. What do you mean by trap card?
This is the hallway that sends you to the punishment dimension.
Yes, this is the punishment dimension.
This is, in fact, yeah, that is that one.
Yeah, because if it wasn't bad enough that the other map just had the teleport tiles that sent you back to the start of the map,
they just send you around, right? They're not.
This has
get fucked.
This has the teleport tiles that send you to the kill room.
Which there's no way out. There's literally no way out unless you use the rescue staff or that person has a rewarp staff and is a staff user to get out.
Yeah.
So you will leave the map and they will be left behind and they are effectively dead.
Yep.
Which, yeah, when we're done talking this map, that does get to a mechanic I want to talk about.
Anyway, that's all I have to say about that map. That map sucks.
Yeah, and I think this is a reasonable list of looking at all the maps in this game that
the
are
litany
frustrating.
of Thrasia's sins.
Yes, these are the bad maps. Now, unfortunately, I did not make a list of maps that I thought were really good. Because, hey, here's the thing. We constantly say Thracia is a land of contrast. That's because Thracia is a land of contrast. Thracia has some of my favorite maps in the series.
Yeah,
absolutely.
For all the sins we've just listed, there's so much in this game that rules.
You mentioned the Tara defense map. That's a if you have the tools for it, and the game has been giving you tools leading up to that point, it is a phenomenal map. It's such a good time.
So here, I have the map list open right here. I want to just look at this and be like, yeah, that one rules. All right, the dungeon. The dungeon's great. The dungeon is such a good map.
Can you make sure this is on screen for the viewers to be able to see this in any way?
I mean, I'm just going to be saying the map names.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry, go ahead. Oh, you're just looking at a list, not an actual picture. Sorry.
Yeah. The dungeon is such that is the prison escape map. That map rules. Storyline wise, Mother and Child is fantastic.
Yes.
Is that arena?
Yeah, that's the arena.
That's the arena. Okay. Hey, here's the thing. I don't think any Fire Emblem has had a forced death at any point up to this point. Other than, genealogy.
That's a special case, though.
Which actually, no, genealogy did do a forced death with Quan in the desert, but they were an NPC. You didn't have control over them. This is, let me just do a count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the 7th map in the game if you're doing guidance. 5th if you're not. And here's a character that has been your Jagan for the whole start of the game. She's a sword master, Eflin. Who's also a fun character. It's a mother figure for.
Yes, she is very much your mother, your Leaf's mother figure.
Yeah,
sword lady, and sassy sword lady. Yes.
Yeah, you're storming this fortress to try and save some people that were kidnapped, including her daughter. And during this moment of her and her daughter fighting in an arena to try and stay alive, she is nabbed and turned to stone. This happens right there on the map as soon as you get to the door to free them. Which rules mechanically. It is a moment of fuck. We have fucked up. And even people are like, we should go, we need to get we need to get her out of here at the we could probably do something to break this spell, we need to get her in, but you're not. You can't. You're getting attacked by all sides. You need to run.
You also lose one of the people you came there to save.
Yeah.
Well, that not necessarily that you came there to. It's confusing how to explain that without getting too much into detail.
That's true, but I'm summarizing here.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Also, mechanically, it's impossible to save her. When she gets turned to stone, she gets weight 20, and you can't pick her up anymore.
She's a monstrous fucking statue. You can't carry that.
Not even the Martiest of Martys could carry
Not
that.
even Marty could carry this.
And then, like, from then on, there's, like, some solid maps. The escape is an interesting one of, like, avoiding the main part of the army. Like, go around them, don't go right through the middle.
Or you could just go right through the middle if you wanted
Or you
to.
can go right through the middle. Emblem Yorn is fine. I'm looking down, just, like, trying to find some memorable maps off the top of my head.
A memorable scene actually in this game, and I thought was a nice callback to the previous game, is early on you save a couple of kids from being in a dungeon, and one of those kids is Corporal, or
Yeah.
Corpory, however you want to pronounce his name, Copri.
Who is a character that you recruit in genealogy later.
Yeah, and he says, his Minder says thank you. Minder, excuse me, says thank you very much. And then later on, you meet him when you meet Hannibal as well, and he says, "Hey, thanks a bunch. Here, take this sweet staff," and he hands you a warp staff. Now, that is the game telling you, "Hey, you're going to need this. You need to start thinking outside the box and how you're going to approach some of these maps because we are handing you something this powerful this early on in the game," which I think is a fascinating and fantastic idea for a strategy game.
It also has such heavy ramifications plot-wise of, like, hey, if Leaf wasn't there, another minor war would have broken out because...
I've lost track of all the minor wars at this point. So that's another thing that I actually really like about the plot, and this is not having seen genealogy, is it feels... I don't know, there's a weird kind of verisimilitude to the plot of Thracia, including, like, Leaf's journey to not being such a fucking dumbass all the time.
Which, hey, speaking of which, talking about another really good map and great storytelling wise, and, like, a great scene too. So, liberation of Leonster occurs. You liberate Leonster. You do it. You do the thing.
You do.
And immediately, somebody says to Leaf, "Hey, Leaf, I got a bad idea." And Leaf goes, "I don't know." And he's like, "Come on." He's like, "All right."
Hey, Leaf, you promised as soon as we did this, we'd go punch the Empire.
You're right. And you have had, up to this point, 2 advisors. And the 2 advisors look at each other, dead in the eyes. And they try and convince Leaf out of this. And Leaf is, as an 18-year-old leading an army... 15. Wow, Leaf is fucking young. As a 15-year-old leading an army, is throwing a bit of a hissy fit. And they realize that they are not going to convince him. And one of them goes, "All right, Sir Leaf, if that's what you decide, then allow me to lead the vanguard and half of our units in sort of a, this is going to fail, but at least we will have half of our men still." And the other general goes, "No, let me take them. You're his lead advisor. I am just a general." Because these 2 men are staring at each other and goes, "Whoever is leading this vanguard is going to die."
Mm-hmm.
They never outright say this, but there is, like, a moment of them just, like, looking at each other, and there's no text in the box of, like, they are exchanging this glance, and they know. This is if they had higher resolution character models or whatever, this would be a meaningful glance moment. Yes. Which, hey, spoilers, it goes bad. Mm-hmm. As you might expect. Which then rolls into, it starts, but...
hey, remember those leadership stars?
About that. Oh yeah, by the way, this decision has gameplay ramifications for Leaf because he has these 2 advisors and they're represented by Leaf having leadership stars. When you gain one of those advisors, Leaf gets a leadership star. After that scene, Leaf permanently loses a leadership star because he has lost one of his advisors. But also, this rolls into Remorse and Retaliation, which is one of my favorite setups for a map. I feel like this map falls apart near the end because it's an escape map. But it is a map where you can deploy 20 units, minimum of 16, maximum of 20,
And the way they do this mechanically is 10 of those units are at the home base at the top of this map. This map is giant, by the way. And then the other 10 are scattered around the middle of the map because those are the scattered troops from the Vanguard. And you have to race out to the middle of the map with your units with your home base team to make sure that they don't get destroyed. And that is such a good map mechanically. After that, you have Child of Light, which is also a really cool defend map, mainly because you are playing you finally got to the moment where you are playing a very small part of a genealogy map, literally. You are doing the base defense that occurs in the map where Leaf is recruited in genealogy. Detention Center is also a fantastic map because so the capture mechanic exists. We talk a lot about Thracia because Thracia has a lot going on.
I told you it was going to take a while. I knew it would.
This is an intense discussion.
There's a capture mechanic for capturing enemies. It doesn't need to really be talked about too much. It's just instead of killing, you can capture and you get some items from this because you are you're a band of dipshits running a rebellion. You're a rebellion that doesn't have a backing really.
So you steal stuff.
So you steal your shit. Enemies can also capture your units, or if on an escape map, Leaf runs away before a unit is allowed to escape, they are captured. Here in chapter 21 Gaiden, out of 24, or 25 really, final chapter is 25, Detention Center exists, which is where all of your captured units end up.
It's like we're playing XCOM 2.
It is a map where you can recover units that were captured over the course of the game. And yes, Morgan, non-lethal option. You can capture bosses.
Yeah, there's a huge number of bosses that you can capture and let go. And I think there is one boss where there is like what's his name? LeMay, where if you capture him and let him go, there is some functional change to it, right?
That is, I believe, how you get that's how you get
that's Dagdar's Mansion, right?
Dagdar's Mansion, yes. That's how you get to the Gaiden map there, because it's like, hey, your man Dagar is in that mansion still, and you go, fuck, and then run into the mansion to save Dagar.
Now I'm just thinking about Dagdar's Mansion. I actually enjoyed that.
A good idea? We can't talk about every map. We just can't. I'm sorry, it's gonna take too long. Now it's a good idea to capture everybody. You also clunk
your first thief on the head and put him in your pocket.
Yes, you do. Now, is it a good idea to capture everything? No, because that can lead to your people dying, but it's still a fun mechanic.
It does weigh you down, just like rescuing.
It is, A, yes, that, and B, capturing a character does, it is an attack with a way weaker everything.
Yeah, it's a penalty attack.
Yes.
One thing I like is the opposite happens where the enemies can try to do that to you.
Yes.
In fact, there are mechanics that you can do, or strategies where you leave a character in the open to get captured, so an enemy will go up and grab them, and then that enemy is heavily weakened by holding on to this unit, and then you can beat up a very dangerous enemy in the process because they're still holding on to one of your guys.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also danger mode, because they might just decide,
fail.
I'm gonna kill him.
And then the final thing that I'll talk about map-wise, and this has actually been really good because we've more or less covered most of the mechanics by doing this.
There's still mechanics I want to talk about.
I really like Undying Oath, the final map. I like its gimmick.
It was fun.
I like its gimmick of there's 6 dudes whose asses you need to kick in order to open up the path to the final guy. And also mechanically of some of those guys can be your party members if they died. There's certain party members that
if they died or you failed to recruit.
Yeah, if they've died or you failed to recruit them, they can be bosses on this chapter, and that rules.
Yeah, one of them is always a bad guy because you just beat him up.
Yeah, one of them was always the game-long nasty man. One of them can be big dark magic energy priestess, which is apparently absolutely fucking horrifying if it happens.
Yeah, it's Sarah.
Who is a monster anyway.
It could also be Evil, in case you weren't able to save her.
Yeah, if you don't do the big long side quest.
And it could be Dagdar and a few other people. It's a very terrifying thing to think about of, oh, you are now looking at all of your mistakes coming back to haunt you.
Yep.
It's
Yep,
really,
this is your fuck up scorecard.
for the character that over the course of a Fire Emblem game probably fucks up the most. Yeah, here's your final. Here is how much you have fucked up. Fortunately, I cannot find a list of units, but yeah. Anyway,
That's okay. Yeah, it's Evil, Dagda, Lithis, Sarah, and
I forgot Livist. You one of them.
what's his name? The hero. That is what's your name's dad?
Galzus.
Yeah. Galzus, thank you.
Yeah, Galzus.
Lord Almighty, that's not something you want to see.
No, Galzus is terrifying.
Yeah.
What's up, Mia?
I was going to
Man,
say.
you remember when the game just teleported Galzus out of the fort to tell you to get a move on?
Sure
So,
do.
so are we thinking C? Because honestly,
I'm actually
B.
Yeah, I'm thinking B. Thracia has a lot of problems, but Thracia does a lot that's really interesting and right.
The
But
reason
actually,
why
here's
There's
the
a
problem.
reason I
might-
nominated it for going in both S and F tier.
Here's the problem though, and this is actually why I might slide it back down to C. So Thracia does a lot right and gives you a lot of bullshit to deal with its bullshit, and that's actually why it's kind of fun. It's kind of like bullshit rocket tag.
Yes. Oh, we didn't
The
even talk
problem-
about the best mechanic. Sorry.
Going again. Move growth.
Move, grow.
Move, bro.
Here's the problem though. It also has the Crusader Scrolls, which is just like that kind of thing that I toss into that pile of like you can adjust units. And Thracia might be one of those games that like anybody's viable, more than most other emblems.
It's like I said earlier, it's a sandbox game.
Asterisks on that. Remember what I just said about mechanic rocket tag? The problem with that is a lot of those mechanic rocket tag items are character exclusive, and if that character dies, you have
Or
just
gets
lost that
missed.
mechanic forever.
Yeah.
And that's actually why I would bump it back down to C. Like,
And that's fair.
hey, the thief staff, really fun. Hey, you can hammer in the thief staff, dope. You can keep stealing stuff from anywhere away. If Tina. If Tina dies, that's gone forever. You
You're
just
done.
can't
Yep.
thief staff anymore.
If Safi dies or is never recruited, which is totally an option that
can't
could
get-
happen.
Yeah.
You don't get either of those things. You also don't have the hammer and staff since that's gone. That's exclusively her thing.
There's so many character exclusive weapons, which is a fun mechanic to think about, but they're character exclusive. So if Marita dies, you don't have Marita and Marita's sword, which is a fucked up sword.
This is still Fire Emblem.
This is still Fire Emblem. As an aside, there is one other thing I want to talk about, which is like, yeah, skills were in like the FE4 5. Were skills in 3? Skills weren't in 3, right?
No.
Okay, so they were a 4-5 original thing. But God, I love that FE5 rather takes the same completely unrestrained approach to what skills do as it does to
Wrath is
like,
stupid.
things. Wrath is so stupid. Fucking is it Halva? No, it's Ossian, who can
Ossian.
gain none points of strength and still be relevant the entire game.
Ossian had like the worst strength of my entire team. He was still amazing because if you attacked him, he countered and critted.
Yup. Yeah, something Vistaria, but let's get into that later. But yes,
and now that
Wrath
this
is so stupid.
now that this has happened, I get to propose the. I'm gonna just turn this down a tiny bit.
Oh no.
This is a little loud. I'm gonna propose now the fun part of this
Oh no.
for everyone in the call.
Uh huh.
Is it better or worse than Fire Emblem Guided?
How best do I put? Oh, let's go one at a
Better?
time. Actually, let's go one at a time. Snoopy, why don't you start us off?
I think it's better than Guided. Like easily, it's better than Guided.
Yeah,
Mia?
I would
Yeah.
second that. It is a game that if I were thinking like, oh, I want to play a Fire Emblem, and I have these two in my hands, I would plug in Thracia over Gaiden.
Oh, it doesn't mean that it goes down. It means that it goes in front of Gaiden.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's the comparative inside the tier.
Actually, I mean, this is interesting because I would actually say yes, it's better than Gaiden. I would still have it in B rank personally, because I think the first 2/3 of the game is so much fun to play through before you get to the real rough like back third where the kind of the front falls off. That I would really enjoy that bit. Now I'm okay with it being in C rank. I'm fine with that, but that's personally where I'm sitting.
Yeah, it is the thing of where I go. I agree with you that like the Calvin ball that this game does is really interesting and lets some wild things happen, but it is a lot that those balls are tied to characters that can
Absolutely.
But most like 80% of Fire Emblem players reset on permadeath. They don't allow characters to die, but I have to take that into consideration.
That's fair. I think it's mostly just that like creativity in a series that has oftentimes learned the wrong lessons from previous games, I feel should be valued very highly in this ranking. And if there's one thing this game doesn't want for, it's creativity.
Mia?
Sorry, I did cut you off. Sorry for that.
I'll be honest, I've completely forgot what I was going to say.
That's okay.
You know, that's a really good point, Vinay, and you might actually be winning me over and moving this back up to B.
Yeah, I would be absolutely fine with it at B.
Yeah.
I guess, again, I agree with B or C on this. B, because that's where I feel like, much like Vinay said with the creativity. C, because it's the dead center between S and F, and I think Vinay was also correct when they're saying it can exist in both the best and the worst location. So either spot is great for me because I just think it's very funny that we talked for what, an hour about Thracia, and then it ended up in the middle of the pack. It's like,
We've been talking
damn it.
for how long about Thracia?
We've been talking for a bit about Thracia.
Oh my god.
Again, there's a lot to say about Thracia. Now, for a game that there's a lot to say about, not a lot of it's positive.
Oh no.
Oh, Roy.
Now, hold on. Just gonna throw this idea out here. We don't actually have to do it. So we talked an hour about Thracia. Do we want to do the reverse of that and talk for about 35 seconds and just put Fire Emblem 6 in E rank?
I would argue that we put it in D rank below Shadow Dragon Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light for the good and simple reason that it's literally Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light, but worse.
Roy, why do you promote so late?
There's so much about 6 that is bad. So a lot of what I'll chalk it up to is 6 is the growing pain game. This was the first game made after Kaga left. It still carries over a lot of the problems, like the bad things about Kaga's emblems of like same turn move reinforcements, an entirely too large of a cast.
It brought back the bad ending of oops, you didn't have everything.
You don't have everything, except this time it's 12.
12?
Isn't it 12 weapons?
No.
I want to say it's like 6 weapons, but
it's not 6.
Oh, those are weapons you're using. You could reasonably use them.
A couple of them are handed to you at the end game, no matter what. I'm just trying to think of the number you have to go get yourself.
Binding Blade has 1. 2,
I am pointing at Roy's sword and how good it is and how easy it is to break.
5, 6, 7 Gaiden chapters, and each Gaiden chapter is a weapon.
Yeah. Plus, you are automatically handed the other 2 that you didn't get at the right before the end. So yeah, it gets up to a good chunk. But either way, if any of those weapons break before you get to
then it's there's 6 that you have to do, because there's actually there's 1 that you missed because of a Gaiden choice split.
Yeah, the route split.
You either get the spear or the bow.
Yeah, and then as soon as you could finish that side set, you get the other one automatically.
Mm-hmm. But okay, so there are 7 weapons, and you need to have all those weapons by the end of the game, or it ends 3 maps early.
Yep. And another thing that someone in the chat mentioned that I don't like, it introduced gender con penalties.
Lord.
Yeah.
Women are just mechanically worse than a male of the same class.
Yes.
Not taking into account any growth rates or anything.
It also has,
So, like-
and this was in an earlier game too. I believe the stat caps for male and female characters is also different, which you don't need to do this, guys.
Maybe in 3?
I think in 3 there were slight differences, but I think that might be less that they were the same class, but they were like theoretically different classes.
All of the early emblems before 6, except genealogy, I think, stat caps were always 20.
Yeah, I'm wrong. It's 4 that I'm thinking of then, because it would be like male swordmaster, female swordmaster. I think had different caps. But again, getting to the idea that Mia's going for, there doesn't need to be a distinction here. There doesn't need to be any kind of penalization.
And thank you, 6, for making that a blight on the series for a while.
Yeah, I was actually going to bring this up, is that, like, 6 is sort of noteworthy in my eyes for starting a lot of effectively what I call, like, design problems with a capital P. Not just, like, weird sexist stat adjustment, although that's definitely one of the most egregious ones, but, like, I mentally filed it as, like, cargo cult Kaga design, where 6 very much felt like, okay, we're going to remake, with all the serial numbers filed off, Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light for our new platform. So we're going to rescale everything in terms of, like, map size and unit count and, you know, availability of whatever and so on to fit the parameters of the smaller screen real estate and lower pixel size and everything. And that's an interesting thought in itself. But it felt like the stuff that they retained and the stuff that they didn't wasn't really done with the discretion with which it was deployed, whether good or bad, I want to make clear, in the Kaga era. Like, Kaga wasn't always right, but there always appeared to be a reason why he did the things he did.
Mm-hmm. A good example of that would be Thracia. Yes, there's lots of wrong in there. There's also a lot of fantastic ideas in there. But if you take the wrong design philosophies from Thracia and you distill out all the interesting or creative ideas, you're going to get a
creativity.
You're going to get a very bare bones game, which is what 6 is.
Oh, and that is a thing to emphasize on of 6's bare fucking bones. For how mechanically dense Thracia was, there's like nothing going on in 6.
They stripped out a huge amount.
Character abilities are gone. Really, the only individuality that classes have at this point is, you know, your move and what weapons you can use.
Weapon access, yeah.
Except for the fact that, for some reason, Swordmaster and Berserkers have a 30% innate crit chance, which is both a blessing and a curse, mattering on if you're up against one. Also, hey, thrones exist in this game, and they are the worst goddamn thing in the series. This is the worst thrones are in the series.
Which is weird, because in the previous game, Thrones gave an innate plus 10 strength, or plus 10 defense. But there were so many ways you could get around that it was more of an, okay, this is making it a hard puzzle, but it's still a puzzle I can solve.
Yeah, it's
in
just
6,
puzzle.
It's not necessarily a puzzle, it's just, this is boring. I have no way of getting through this.
Well, the thing is, Thrones didn't come up much in Thracia. Yeah. Like, sure, they were there, and they happened sometimes, but they weren't fucking every map like they are in...
Yeah, the thing is that every fucking map is a siege map in 6, and every boss is on a throne,
and that's the big thing about it. You hit the nail on the head. Every map is a siege map. A siege map, except for the very last one.
Hey, newbie?
Yeah?
F rank. I'm gonna call this a game on the level of 3, to be honest.
You know what? I was originally going to put it at E, but I might actually agree. I think 6 is an F rank. It really doesn't do anything right, in my opinion.
It has a couple...
So I will...
Go ahead. No, you first.
So the one argument I would make for it, and this is another case of, like, probably it's points for innovation, but because it is the innovator in this area, I need to go to bat for it here. In porting the series to the constraints of its new platform, there is one thing I will unreservedly credit Fire Emblem 6 with, which is the most beautiful animations the series has ever had, To this day.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, those battle animations, man.
And you know what? The converting, like, also like the sound chip and the music for 3, and also, hey, shout outs. No, actually, it didn't. Never mind. I take it back. I was gonna say shout outs to this game for starting the tradition of like referencing an older game for its arena music, but nope, that's genealogy. Once again, a reason that genealogy rules.
But yes, the smear animation style that the GBA games used is just beautiful. I really have not seen too many things do it, and really it was basically purpose made for the GBA platform, and it's just so good.
You know,
so I would put it above FE3 on the grounds of that.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah, I was going to put it above 3 anyway.
Now, I have a couple things real quick to go on for this game. That I would put it to E, and then the last one that just popped in my head immediately said, nope, dumpster tier. The first one is, this is the first time we get to see like supports really work in a mechanic that they kind of tell you about rather than being a love mechanic, and I appreciate the idea of the supports.
Also, and mind you, this existed in Genealogy. It didn't really exist in Thracia, but because conversations on map occur, characters get more fleshing out. Like
yes.
Hey, this is a blanket thing for the series because it still exists in Engage. This is a blight upon the series, and that is storytelling wise. Permadeath is bad.
Yes.
It doesn't allow characters to interact with the main plot when they really should. A great example for that, and we'll get there more to an extent, is Fire Emblem Awakening. You go to he shows up, Varian shows up in one cutscene outside of his recruitment, and it's like, hey, I'm from this continent, actually. There's a problem over there. We need to take care of that. And you go over there, and then Varian never shows up again. When you are going to a continent where he is apparently a lord of a country.
Yeah, didn't he specifically bail to try and get help for that?
Yes. And he disappears again from the story.
God damn it. Yeah, so that's the issue. I mean, it would be... Here's the thing. Fire Emblem has for quite a while. Incidentally, there's like some extremely extensive scripts for games like 9 on the internet that are interesting to look at just for the sheer breadth of contingencies they have baked into the script for who is or isn't owned at that point in the plot. But like, characters can be flagged to not die when they're killed, as it were.
Yes, but they use that idea so rarely because there's, again, when the stories started becoming bigger storytelling wise. Sorry, we had another song with random talking in the background.
I was going to say, I what? Excuse?
There's a young lady outside my window. Hold on.
Anyway, when these games started becoming way more in the storytelling wise, but they're so married to that permadeath mentality and the fact that, like, if a character dies, they need to die. Unless they're, like, the absolute plot critical characters, and then they get to stay alive. Creates a problem with how they can tell stories. But yeah.
I had a couple more points about 6. Can I throw those in real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
So another thing, I do actually like Roy as a character in this because it's not as well done as Leaf, where you know the Leaf is eternally in over his head, but you can see that Roy does rely on other people for suggestions, and he usually listens to advice. And he is trying to do his best, but either he's getting outwitted or outplayed, or the other characters are working behind the scenes. It does make for a pretty standard but story that works. So I appreciate that they kept something that while it is very bland, it doesn't like have a moment in some of the later games we're not going to get to just yet, where you just say, okay, I am so uninvested from this story, from the wild ideas that you're going for, that I don't want to hear this story or these characters talk anymore. With Roy, it's okay, I see what he's trying for, and I'm okay with that.
This is standard, but like notwithstanding hot takes on the internet, standard doesn't necessarily mean bad. It's down to execution.
It's basic. Is that a terrible thing? Not necessarily.
No.
It's not great, but it's basic.
Yeah, it's not automatically a deal breaker. It is
Also-
down to execution.
Also, this was now not on stream. I had played Sacred Stones before I had started streaming Emblems. This was the last of the GBA ones that I played, and it's the one where I learned that maps have a unit limit.
Yes.
Yep.
All three of the GBAs have a unit limit one.
Yeah,
but
that's
this one, it's
probably
very
down
easy
to
to hit it.
hardware.
But going along with that, I also think, as with Mia was talking about with the Constitutionist and stuff, that was very frustrating. It's also frustrating that this game throws a lot of characters at you, and some of the characters they throw at you very late in the game are
Utterly
just
unplayable.
miserable.
Yup.
And
Sorry, Sophia.
I want to
Yeah.
use Sophia. I can't use Sophia.
They give you one of two of the only female dark mages in like the series. And she's
utterly
bad.
unusable.
She's just unusable.
Yeah, I mean, they give you
Really
two dark ladies who are dark mages, because you also get
Nime?
yeah, Mimio or Nina. Or however
Isn't
you pronounce it.
Nime like the fucking Athos for this game?
She's Canis' grandma.
Yeah, I know.
No, mother,
She's
mother,
specific-
just mother.
Yeah.
Also, I think Nime's fine.
Yes. No, she is, and she's actually a really cool
playable
character.
dark mage.
She's a very neat character, and that's part of what I want to get to. The support mechanic in this game, I like the idea of it. The frustrating thing about it is you can only learn so much about characters in any given playthrough because you
of the
have
support
5
rules.
supports max.
Yeah.
Oh
Yes.
god, the limited support. I understand why they do it. It's because supports were very powerful for a very
Yes.
long time, but the limited support thing just felt so bad for so long.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because it's limiting you being able to interact with characters. Like, I want to know more. Like, for example, just throwing this out here, in later games in the series, maybe you meet someone who you really like. It's like, okay, I want to see every single support with this character, with everyone they interact with, because for whatever reason, this character synergizes with my personality. I'm not going to name any names.
Could
We'll
be
get there.
anyone. Could be anyone.
Could be
that
anyone.
you're talking
Could be
about.
anyone.
Yeah. Because of that, that can really increase your enjoyment of a game because you're always hunting for supports with this character or 2 or 3 characters that you really have an emotional connection with. And that's great because that elevates the entire gameplay for you. And this one, you have 5 conversations, and then that character, if they're a minor character, they're done. You will never have a conversation that they show up in again. And that's very
At
frustrating.
which point you open up game facts.
Yeah, that's the
Exactly.
thing is, and this is a thing that's going to come up again and again as time goes on, specifically because, like, I don't know when this hits its peak, but there are like characters who, how do I put it? It's not that they have not done character writing; they've done quite a lot of it, and quite a lot of it is awfully interesting. That you can only see in the supports.
And that's kind of a curse of this game design of you've added a lot of units that are really interesting. You only have so much writer manpower to create stories and characterization for them.
There was a thought process of, and this was from the basis of the game's creation, of it allows for replayability, but I ain't got that kind of time.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think this came up when we were talking about Dragon Quest V, where like Dragon Quest V is sort of the ultimate game that prioritized replayability over the initial experience. But I feel like this is a symptom of that same disease. There is another thing, by the way, that I'm loading into the chamber to complain about in Fire Emblem 7, because we've shit on FE6 enough.
No, we'll get
Yeah.
there.
I
I think actually, this is the last thing I want to get to in 6. I think 6 is just a very bland game. I don't think it's a terrible game, but I just think there would be other games I would ask you to play in the series ahead of it.
Yeah, it's a
I don't-
symptom of what it is, I think.
I don't consider it to be an F tier, because F tier to me is I never ever want to play this game again. It's just get that away from me. It actively makes me angry every time I think about it. It's just for E. But that's me.
I would be
Okay.
willing to bump it up to E.
Does
It's
that
like-
does that make sense to everybody else?
'Cause
It's just
the-
that's
makes
what E is.
Yeah.
There were things in this game that I enjoyed.
Yeah.
I'll accept
Okay.
that. Yeah.
E for eh.
Yeah.
Eh.
F for fuck off. Anyway.
Eventually, all of these will have an actual letter for what it means.
Starting in C.
D
Fire
for
Emblem.
Shadow Dragon.
C. Why is Roy not in this one?
C for
God, okay,
Celica.
now can we talk about Burning Brand and how it was released as just Fire Emblem?
No, Burning Blade.
Burning Blade, yeah.
I mean, okay, we're not going to get into terminology right now, but brand is a valid synonym. Get fucked, Crum. That being said, can we talk about how it's just released as Fire Emblem, as though it's going to explain the Fire Emblem characters that are in Melee, when it explains exactly neither of them?
It explains one. They are a baby.
Explain
end.
is such a strong word for what it
Roy is in this one for looks at my watch. One scene.
Uh-huh.
He is a baby. You be
He
nice.
is baby.
He's referenced in other scenes, but yes, he is in exactly one scene.
Yes, and H.H. Wolf has a point in that neither Eliwood nor Hector needed to exist except by function of ontological inertia because they already did.
Mhm.
But Lynn, they could have existed solely as plot characters. Lynn could have just been the lord for the game.
She sure could have.
On the other hand, we did get Hector and Hector.
Again, I would like to see the game, like the writing in the game for the Blazing Blade, where Lynn is the focal point. Like, where would that story have gone? Because the thing is, the second half, I say second half, second 3/4 of the game doesn't have anything to do with Lynn.
Mm-hmm. Which
She's
again
there
is a pity because like the just their character in terms of the plot is extremely Eliwood, whereas Lynn and Hector definitely carve out their narrative niche pretty strongly.
Well, the whole idea is that Eliwood's the thing that gets that second half push going because he's going for his dad. He's focusing on the big picture of trying to get there, while you're letting Hector be Hector, and he's a larger than life character. And Lynn also has. Sparks is probably not the best way to put it. It would work. Where the two of them are playing off each other, and because of that, they're elevating each other in the process.
Yeah, narrative chemistry.
For what the writing occurs, Elwood has the most motivation for the majority of the game. Hector is there because his friend is on a crusade, and he's not going to let him go off on his own. And Lynn exists. Lynn doesn't actually have a motivation for the second half, other than there's a war happening in what is now ostensibly my territory, and I'm going to help.
Also, she does sort of owe Eliwood
Yeah.
for helping her do the thing, right? This is paying back a favor.
I suppose, yes.
And which I like Lynn. She's
Lynn's great.
yeah.
Yeah, like Lynn's story is interesting both in the context of what it is, because like we get this pocket narrative about somebody going to find her family and in the process sort of train wreck snowballing into the position at the head of like a small fiefdom.
She finds out that she may in fact have a lord as a father and
Mother.
as a mother, and like I'm going to go meet my uncle, and then somebody is trying to assassinate my uncle.
Alright, so I'm gonna... Yeah, and like she has this neat encapsulated plot that ends when the main characters of what feel like another story at that point intervene to help her successfully protect her uncle and finish her story.
Grandfather.
Which means
It's her grandfather.
Okay, it's her grandfather, and grand uncle is the
Yeah, the grand uncle's the bad guy. That's the main
The
reason I
Grunkles.
wanted to point that out. Is we need to make sure we're clear on this one.
But the and then she has her motivation for showing up again in the main plot is, you know, paying back the favor. That makes sense. It's just because she is the first lord that people are exposed to, and because she has like a distinct narrative tone and voice, people will get attacked, right? It feels a little bad to suddenly jump over to the Jeffiest lord in the series.
What's interesting is that the Lynn story was largely an afterthought. It was added in towards the end to give the American audience a way to get attached to the story, because the original idea was we would just start directly with Elwood, Chapter 1, go.
It's right there in the fact that Lynn's entire thing is a tutorial. They introduce something new every chapter that is a basic ass Fire Emblem thing, and they are teaching you how to play Fire Emblem.
Yep.
Right down to here's how you promote a character.
Yep.
Yeah, and we're going to force you to do it, and, well, it's fine. Wallace is
Don't worry
Wallace.
about it. You won't be seeing him for a while.
Or ever, depending on your choices.
Something for fangs.
The interesting thing about 7, looking back on it, it kind of feels like a missed opportunity. I really think they had, by using Lynn mode, they had the first story be Lynn mode. The middle section of the game would be Elowood's story, getting up to when his dad dies, and then Hector
third
takes over
section
at the
becomes
end because Elowood is
Lost in
not in the
League
mental
time.
position. Yeah, he's not in the mental position to be in charge. So Hector takes over, and at the very end, it's all three of them as the co-lords really leading the
I
charge.
agree. It would be a very cool idea. I also do want to take a time out to point out that we have a friend in the chat, NetMomNat, who has taken it upon himself to make Lynn mode less unbelievably boring for people who've already played the game before. So
I mean,
y'all should
yeah.
go and download his Lynn mode patch and then give him feedback so that he can make my dipshit archer hacks mode.
Yeah, I mean, there are tons and tons of different hacks and stuff for the game to go for, and I suggest people try them out. But we are trying to keep it on the base game.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
I just needed to.
It is worth mentioning.
Absolutely, it's 100% worth mentioning. But
And
we
yes,
got to make sure we're already talking a lot
Blue
about
Dino
each
in
game. We
chat
need to make
pointed
sure
out
we
something
focus.
I wanted to say, which is that Hector is the leader of all Lycia's strongest feet, right?
Yes.
He is the heir apparent to Ostia after Uther, I think is his name,
Uther,
gets
yeah.
incapacitated. So, having him take point for the third of the game makes sense.
It really, in the game that has 3 lords, it really feels like the story should have been split up between the 3 of them. And not just you play Lynn and then choose your main character for the rest of the game out of these 2 characters that you have no idea who they are.
Yeah, you met Elowood for a little bit, and then Hector possibly shows up for a second if you know what you're doing, or if you visit a map or a house, but otherwise you don't see him. So yeah. That being said, even with all the stuff about the story that could have been better,
You don't even get to
it's
choose the
fun.
first time through the game.
Yeah, it's still fun. I
Oh,
still
you're right,
enjoy
you
playing
don't-
the game.
You don't choose
No,
the first
you
time.
have
No,
to.
it's always
a new game.
Elwood. Yeah.
Bonus.
But I still enjoy the game. I think the plot of it works. It's a self-contained thing. It's not a world-spanning thing. It's mostly contained in a smaller area. Well, a smaller area of the map rather than 6, which is the entire continent. And Nurgle is eating up the scenery in every scene that he's in. You don't have to have a voice in your head. You know what that man sounds like whenever he's talking.
Is it Skeletor?
It's Skeletor.
It's
Pretty much, yeah.
Skeletor.
And then, yeah,
Oh, right, Mark!
Mark!
Fredlum
God
exists.
damn it.
for better or worse, actually. This is interesting. What is everyone's opinions on Mark?
Whatever.
Unnecessary.
He exists.
Mark?
And that's kind of the
Barely.
thing.
Mark? Who was Mark?
Yeah. or Fred Lum.
You mean Robin's child?
Yeah, Fredlum.
I appreciate that they try to have an idea of that the characters are trying to include the audience, so to speak, into the conversations, and that you find an attachment to that by you having your character.
Counterpoint, it resulted in the cursed characters looking at the screen.
I was gonna
pose.
say the stares directly into
Bingo.
camera sprites did occur, and I loved it.
The problem with that is every time they pause to talk to Mark, or Fredlum or whomever, it's a hitch in the conversation that's happening, and it slows down the pace of the story, and it's very frustrating. I appreciate that they tried something, and that something became something interesting later on in the series, debatably, but it just didn't work for me at all.
Sorry, I was just reminded by chat of we need disguises.
Perfect.
I like 7 a lot because 7's a simple game. 7 reminds me a lot of 1 in
7 is what
mechanically.
6 should have been.
Yes,
Yes, 100%.
that's exactly the way to put it. That said,
Man, some of the back maps in 7 are not great.
Yeah, they're not.
Okay.
They're not.
Now I need to talk about my thing, right?
Go
So
for it.
here's another symptom that I get madder about than I should about the GBA trilogy is, and this is largely due to us being the North American audience, right? FE7 is the one we came in on almost by default, because unless you are peak hipster, you weren't fucking playing the Fire Emblem games before FE7 came out, right? This was the way people got introduced to it, and as an introduction, it's a great tool. Unfortunately, either as a symptom of that scaling back to the smaller scale of screen and map and whatnot, or as a symptom of like cargo cult selection on what to keep and what not to keep, they appeared to have pulled the lever labeled toys all the way back and then snapped it off in the GBA series. And the effects that has had, not just on subsequent games, but on the fandom's perception of like what these games are and how you're supposed to approach them, honestly seems seriously damaging, right? Like
That's 1,000% a ridiculously good point. Is that a lot of people's introduction to Fire Emblem was Fire Emblem, or we just say Blazing Blade, or Sacred Stones, which put in their heads what Fire Emblem is supposed to be. Of like, here's, a very simple game. I say simple, you know what I mean? In that, like, there's not a lot of
stripped down.
Yeah, there's not a lot of, as I said with 6, characters are the weapons they can use, the class that they can use, which is more or less the movement that they have, and their growths. That's it. That's all a character is. Whereas, again, in Genealogy and Thracia, defining characteristics of a character were sometimes they have wrath, which allows them to do some bullshit. Which makes them, like, the fact that Thracia starts you with 2 axemen and they are wildly different is crazy. Which, one of the things when I was doing this original, I'm going to play the early games, and I played Shadow Dragon Blade of Light, was everybody always going, oh, Shadow Dragon's bad, look, there's no resistance stat, magic is overpowered, and it's like, no, it's not.
It's not, though.
It's actually balanced.
They built it for a reason.
That being said, of the GBA games in terms of difficulty and how that works out and how operating with the game and the overall enjoyment, I think this game does hit the sweet spot in terms of how it's going to work for the GBA games.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good positive for it. Now, we can talk about map design. We're not going to talk about all the maps because we just don't have enough time for it. I'm sorry.
I just
We're going to
wish
kill
they
each other.
didn't burn the, like, apparently unbreakable dictum of default to iron everything.
Yeah.
Only ever use anything else if you absolutely have to into the brains of every player who picked this up, right?
Yeah.
You get a brave sword. One fucking brave sword for the entirety of FE7.
Yeah, it should be. You should be using all these fascinating and mythical weapons, and it shouldn't feel like if I'm using my one brave sword, then I will lose it forever, and then it's gone. Just, no, you might find another one, or you'll find other weapons of its comparable strength. Enjoy using your wild weaponry because you need to.
I can't use the physics staff. I can't use it. I only have the one physics staff.
Exactly that. Whereas contrast, like, this is one of the things that I adored about your playthrough of FE1 Newbie, was there was that turnaround point where you're like, wait, I can just fucking use whatever I want. I get enough crap that I can just use the good stuff. I think it was Star-Lord Marth where the game cracks its...
I can tell you exactly the map it happened on. Hold up. I will pop open the list of chapters.
Of course, yes. This was one of the early ones, I think.
Shadow Dragon Blade of Light. Chapters, Fire Emblem, they still gave me fucking...
Yeah, I know. It's hard to find.
Why did they name the 2 remakes that way? It makes me so mad. All right.
After we get through this point, by the way, good music playing right now. I do have one more thing about map design in 7 afterwards.
Okay. Nope, not that one. Port Warren. It was Port Warren specifically. Of when those like horsemen and everything are attacking you, and I was still in Iron Sword only mode, and then they were running up, and I was realizing that I couldn't kill anyone, and then I switched to a Steel Sword for the first time, and I was like, I need to use steel weapons.
Yeah.
In this game, it is a gear treadmill. You just switch over to steel weapons and then silver weapons when those become available.
And, like, there are going to be maps where, no, you bust out the Dragon Slayer because you cannot efficiently remove threats without them.
Yeah.
You need to use your Mega Elixirs because the game is going to beat the fuck out of you until you start.
Which was a result of why Sita was an interesting unit. Because she was very weak, but started with enough weapon level to use Silver Lances.
Also, because if you get like 3 levels on her, she turns into a fucking Hellbeam.
But anyway, yeah, that was a problem. And while 7, I think, is a fairly well-crafted game, yes, it caused a lot of problems for the series going on.
I'm glad to know that that perception isn't just me, because like, this is, I think, a thing that just came from like following along with the assorted FE threads in Something Awful's LP forum, where like it was a barometer of overall FE fandom perception of how to do the thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's only recently that I feel like that has begun to change in a big way, in part because I think the design principles underlying the recently released Fire Emblem games have changed along with it.
Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Continue to talk about amongst yourself.
And I think you can make a Fire Emblem game where having very rare, powerful weapons would work. But I think in the GBA games, it doesn't really work because you should have access to all these mystical weaponry. You should get access to silver weapons, brave type weapons, and the Reaver type weapons and all this stuff. They should be much more plentiful early on so you get used to using them rather than you see them later and go, yeah, I don't need it though because Sane can still run down these 10 guys with his Iron Lance and he'll kill them all anyway, so what's the point of upgrading?
Right. In contrast...
Also, one more thing on that because it actually just clicked in my head. Another reason why you keep using a lot of these iron weapons is because the iron weapons are the ones that a lot of people can use without a speed penalty because their con set is so low, especially the female characters, which is very frustrating because one of the paladins you pick up is a very cool lady, but she has a con of like 6, so she can't use any of the heavier lances or any axes really without taking a massive speed penalty, which is annoying because otherwise it's making an otherwise unit a little bit weaker, and it'd be enjoyable to be able to use this character without such an enormous malice on her usability.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
There was a thought I had.
Oh, and
do you get siege magic access at all in 7 or 6 for that matter? Okay. I remember if they are, they're not quite Brave Sword rare, but they're fucking rare.
They're very rare. Usually you also have to go steal it or find a chicanery in order to make it happen. And this is actually something else I remembered based off of that, also based on what Mia was talking about with the Constitution stuff for ladies. There's also a problem with that with mounted female characters and mounted male characters. Mounted male characters have a base rescue mechanic of 25 minus their Constitution, while female characters have 20 minus their Constitution.
Which makes no goddamn sense. That doesn't affect the horse, even if you're going off that premise. What the hell?
If you're using that premise, it should be the other way around, because the men should be weighing down their horses because they're heavier, because you made that a thing. It's very frustrating that they have that in the system that didn't need to be there, and it's just another knock against female characters for no adequately described reason.
These horses can only be ridden by the gentle touch of a lesbian.
Anyway, I'm back.
God damn it. Okay. Anyway, there was one thing I wanted to wait for you to get back on right. 7.
Yeah.
And that was, again, continuing on the idea of map design. There are a couple maps in the later part of 7 that are actually very enjoyable to play. I like Hog of Destiny because it is that map of, okay, they're throwing everything at you. You need to be bringing your best weapon, your best people or whatever, because there are waves and waves of enemies crashing down on you. The problem is, about 2 maps before that, you have to go save a prince in the middle of a fog of war map in a giant castle, and also at the same time keep an assassin alive who's nearby but also far enough away it's hard to get to him. And there's a very good chance before you get to those 2 characters, they just die, and there's no way you can save them. It is extremely annoying to have to reset that map over and over again to try to do an objective that you have no control over. And it's just a very frustrating thing to have in a game, and that really kind of hurts the game design, in my opinion, that this map even exists. Alright, I need to get that out. Thank you.
Oh yeah,
Anyway.
I 100% agree.
I think my final placement for 7 is top of C.
Yes, I'm okay with that.
I think that's fair.
It's
I was gonna nominate C, to be honest.
yeah. It's I really like 7. I played it twice. I played it on hard mode. But yeah, I think looking back on it, it has just so many problems. Sliding into next position. Sacred
Done.
Stones.
No, I think you're done right there.
Yeah, we should probably talk about it a little bit, but I do actually think that's where Sacred Stones goes.
So Sacred Stones is here's the thing. I don't want to get this sidetracked into a big thing, but like in many ways, Sacred Stones feels analogous to, and hear me out on this one, Dark Souls 2, in that it is a sequel that does some weird ass random shit that feels like a prototype for something they're gonna do
Yes.
later.
Well, what it was, I mean, right down to the fact that the arena music is the Gaiden battle theme. It's Gaiden, baby.
Yeah, like this is Gaiden 2, but it's also like how do I put it? It's like a prototype for later stuff as well. So
Yes.
it uses that we're gonna be Gaiden thing to sort of merge those ideas back into more standard Fire Emblem while still keeping, we're gonna have the random encounters and then, take the limited experience off. And
The one thing that Sacred Stones did introduce that I actually really like when it shows up in the series, and it's only that, is branching promotions.
yes.
Yes.
Of like, here's a character, like you could have 2 axe units and they're turning out very differently, so when you get the promotion on them, you can be like, oh, this one could be good as a hero, or this one is getting like a lot of I always forget the stat, dex. This one's getting a lot of dex, so they actually be really good as a berserker, that kind of stuff. Except that's not how it goes when the warrior or fighter goes to
Hero?
yeah, it goes to hero, but yeah, you get my point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sacred Stones was the one where it was the game I wanted to pick it back up and play it, because they're not just the branching stories, but also I could just build a character in a different way, or use characters I didn't use last time. It was the one I wanted to pick back up.
It was wild. I was watching a video of all the crit animations from the GBA games, and I had realized that I had never seen a Great Knight in combat before in the GBA games. I saw the animations. I saw the animations for him. I was like, I've never used this class.
So it is markedly different than like it's very like clear that they made the Great Knight animations for 8 specifically because they're distinct enough from all the others that it's obvious there was like some time gap between them.
Same deal with the rogue class. It's just you can look and just go, oh yeah, this is new.
Also, Erica and Ephraim's animations are just way more fluid than everybody else's.
Yes. And
Also,
Leon's.
you know what? I'm willing to give like Fire Emblem 8 a good half to a third of a tier on the back of Ephraim alone. Fuck, I love Ephraim.
They made a spear lord in your rules.
I like Erica and Ephraim. I wish Ephraim had more of a chance to get some comeuppance, because he is very sure of himself at the beginning, almost to the point of arrogance. And most of the time, he can back up what he's talking about, which is great.
But it would be nice to see him get owned once to make it clear that no, he can fuck this up if he doesn't do it.
He
right.
does get owned once, and that's when you later on in the thing. But that's also the same time that Erica gets owned. But her point, depending on who your lord leader is, but her thing is more out of a sense of compassion. He gets out of it because he's running ahead, because he is snapped in essence. He is so furious with the situation that he goes charging off by himself. And it is a good character moment, but there needed to be more in there for explaining the situation of how that happened.
My playlist ended. I thought it was just in between songs.
Alas.
Give me a moment.
It's okay.
It also helps.
Lo-Fi Emblem 2.
Yeah, there we go.
It also helps that Ephraim is just absolutely illegal for a large portion of that game.
I think that entire game, I don't think there's any character in the game that I would point out as saying this character is bad. It's just more they are bad in comparison to some of the wildly powerful characters in this game. And in the other 2 GBA games, the quote-unquote weaker characters would be quite powerful.
I was going to say counterpoint Null.
I mean, no, Noel's fantastic.
Doesn't Null start with 0 luck?
Yes, but you turn him into a summoner, and then you get to play with that mechanic.
So
Okay, so Summoner does own. I'll give you that.
Summoner's great. Summoner is such a weird class. Here's the one thing I will dock against Sacred Stones, and this is mainly, hey, a lot of the talking I'm going to have about these games is based off of what I played. Hey, normal mode is entirely too easy. What the hell happened to enemy stats?
That's actually an issue with hard mode as well. I don't say it's entirely too easy, but the difficulty curve in this game it's bad.
They didn't balance it. Yeah.
It's not balanced properly. The normal mode is very easy. In hard mode, there are like 3 or 4 maps that are actually very difficult and can come out of nowhere and catch you off guard. But for the most part, most maps in hard mode are like a half a step up from normal mode, to the point that you can kind of tell the difference, but it's not enough that you go, whew, I really got to think about this.
There's no, hey, just to point out something in chat, there's actually no forced grinding in this game. When I did my stream playthrough, the only time I actually ever stepped into the tower was to get Amelia, just 10 levels, and I did that on the first level of that, and B, to show off the tower, and I used a B team for that.
Absolutely, and it was a great way to do it.
Yeah, like I never did any grinding when I played through Sacred Stones.
You can, but you don't have to.
And then a couple other things on Sacred Stones. I think a lot of the quote-unquote main characters, not just Ephraim and Erica, but also the other lore-type characters. Yeah, La Rochelle. They're memorable. Like, Inez is a dick, but he's a memorable version of one, because you will always know when he's in the screen, because he's going to say some really snappy comeback to people and generally be just...
He's going to use as few words to be as biting as possible.
Exactly, and you have the opposite of him with La Rochelle, who is she's Sailor Moon. Let's just be honest. That's what she's doing.
She's Sailor Moon.
Yep.
And that's not a bad thing necessarily. In fact, it's hilarious. But a lot of the characters in that are very memorable. And heck, there's characters in there that I forgot had like very deep gut punching moments in there. For example, the Manakete in that game. There's a point where she can meet her dad, and that point is very emotionally devastating. Yep. And I'm even thinking about it right now, and am getting emotional about it.
Also,
I adore
point in Nate's favor, the antagonist actually is really cool. Leon is a real cool antagonist.
Well, it's weird because it depends on what path he's on. He's either really cool or he's like, you are a giant nerd. Yeah, you're confusing. And I don't like it, because on Erica's path, it makes sense the whole way through.
Yeah, the game sets path,
it does not.
Yeah, it's just, I have this rivalry against you, even though I've mastered the demon within me. Now I'm still going to be a dick. It just makes no sense.
And I like the idea of the route split in the game, because it's novel to have an idea where you can see a bunch of different maps, and you can have I'll get to that in a second. And you can see a bunch of different maps and different gameplay with that. And some characters join at earlier or later times because of that.
Because, again, this game is Gaiden 2.
Yeah. I wish they would actually made it so that depending on which route you went, more characters would go with the other lords, so you would have an idea of a smaller cast where you would have to be really like paying attention to what you're using, and every time you play through it, it's going to be different because of it. Like, you have to kind of work it down to you're only going to have, like, on Ephraim's route, you'd have Ford and Kyle and a couple other people. But if you keep with Erica, you get to keep using the people you had been before. So there's, like, some flexibility there. That's just, like, off the top of my head.
I would be amused if Ephraim's route was literally you can opt into hard mode at any time because Ephraim is a lunatic. And therefore, if you pick him, he takes, like, a core of dudes and goes to do something insane.
Yeah, he just, well, I mean, his whole thing is I don't pick fights I can't win, which, as mentioned in the chat earlier, is a boast that he actually backs up most of the time, which is wildly interesting if you think about it, because it's really cool, right up until the moment where it's not, because he gets everyone killed.
That's how that works, really.
Yep.
Yeah. And again, I think the majority of what we've all been saying about this is, even though the story of this one is fairly basic, you're trying to get the 5 magical MacGuffins in order to steal the Demon King and work on that stuff. It works, and I don't mind it. And the actual game itself is shorter than the other one, so it's a quick enough jaunt that I enjoy playing through it again. And Mia nailed it on the head. It's the one I would look at and go, what if I play this again, but this time the characters, I picked their opposite promotion from the last time I did it. Let's see what happens.
Weirdly, it has a post-game.
Yeah, it does have a
post-game.
It's not good.
It's not good, but it's
But
there.
that's
It's
one.
an experimental feature.
Yeah. It's a sandbox mode, so you get to have fun, like, tooling around with stuff in whatever way you'd like to.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one thing that I think I want to emphasize on that, I was about to say Crumb. I'm Crumb. I'm very tired. Apologies, everybody. Vinay brought up, where it's the idea of bad habits popping up. If this was the first game people had, a lot of people would think that there's a lot of forced grinding in Fire Emblem. There isn't, but because it's their first time playing it, they might think they need to grind in order to keep up with the chapters, and that can cause some actual negative ideas for how the series is going to work.
Yeah, because the series largely, not always, and it's probably abandoned that as time has gone, but it was premised on the idea of, like, experience being a limited resource. You make your choices.
Yeah. Now, if that experience limitation disappears in the post-game, so you can do whatever the heck you want, go for it. That's fine.
It's post-game.
But during the actual game, I like the idea of experience being a commodity.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Hello?
Hi.
God, newbie, you're killing me here.
What?
No, there was a thing in the background of another.
Oh, yeah. That's,
Can we put
But yes.
the lo-fi beats on this list and just put it at the F so I can yell at newbie every time?
I mean, I'm pretty. My opinion of it doesn't change, but if anybody would like to offer reasons to move Sacred Zones in any way, I'd be open to it.
I say it's at the top of C tier.
Yeah,
Everything we've said about it seems to suggest it should be at the top of C tier.
Yes.
Yeah, again, and this is our list, and people can disagree all you want. I think that overall, I would put it a step higher than 7. 7's always going to have a special place in my heart for nostalgia purposes, but in terms of overall stuff, I think 8 is a tiny bit better.
I would say more than a tiny bit, right? Like, a lot of the criticisms we had of 7, 8 remedies in several ways, and it brings a lot of new, or at least new-ish, to the table as a bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. The big knock against 8 for me is the difficulty.
Yes, that's and for me, that's a fairly big knock.
Yes.
Okay,
Like,
I'll accept
mechanics and everything are, I will agree, are better in 8.
But it needs the stringency to make it matter.
It needs the reason for you to have to use those.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can make an argument for that, I'll move it up. But for now, like, I'll move it ahead of Gaiden, probably. I'll give you that. But, like, I don't.
It doesn't have the teeth to pull ahead of 7.
Yeah. I'm okay. I'm actually okay with 7 and 8 being pretty much interchangeable. Like, if we were gonna fully point it out and try to break it down into, like, at a 0 to 10 thing, it would be like 7 is like a 7.12, and then Sacred Stones be like a 7.08 or whatever. It's that close to me, so I don't really mind it one way or another.
Again, like on my playthrough on stream, I had Ross, who was, let's be honest here, Ross was underperforming to an extent. And
Oh, you mean bad?
Yes. And he was still able to just kind of stand there and kill dozens of dudes on an enemy turn because promoted units have absolutely no stats in that game for some reason. I still don't understand why they did that.
As opposed to Ossian can do the exact same thing, but for a clear reason, and it was a clear and frequently dangerous choice to do it.
Why isn't your cup on the screen with Ross in it? He should be back in the jail. I'm frustrated with him. You don't actually have to do it. I'm kidding, man.
Anyway, yeah, welcome to the sea, middle of the road here.
I'm okay with all of those being there.
Anywho, time for opinions.
I come to bury Tellius, not to praise it.
I'm not burying this game. This game, no.
I have
Next game,
feelings.
yes.
I have feelings about 9. So let me tell you a story about Vinay as a young man. This must have been second year in university or something, where for the very first time, a Fire Emblem game was coming out on a console that I owned, and I pre-ordered this fucking game. I have this game in the other room, and I cannot rate it objectively. I love Fire Emblem 9.
I mean, I agree. I like most of 9.
I think the best way to look at 9 is, look, we know the last couple chapters of 9 it's bad, but is it bad because it was always bad, or because they were told we are going to make a sequel to this game, you have to make sure that hook is there, and because of that it kind of damaged the ending of it. I still think that overall this game is extremely solid. The characters in this game, Ike and company, are very memorable.
Ike is incredibly strong. I will say, again, this was sort of when I was stupid, or more to the point, like not nearly as cognizant of like the writing cues towards this sort of thing when I was younger. And Ike is the first like character I think in any Japanese-made game that just made me pull up and go, wait, am I supposed to be reading him as gay, or is this just me overinterpreting something?
Hold on, we're going to get to that later.
So, it is actually something brought up very immediately in chat by Indark that I actually agree with 1000%. And God, I just wish they would go back to this some way or another. Holy shit, you gain supports per map that the units are together on was so much better.
Good.
And the support conversations are in between maps.
Yep.
Yes.
That design idea, that's one of the things about Fire Emblem 9 that I will always point at and say, that is a great idea. More games should do this.
You're not having to shoehorn a conversation into the middle of we're at war.
Also, the other thing is the random side conversations were such a great way to get. They were such a great way to get characterization out of characters without having to get supports.
Yes. Yep. Bring back base conversations.
Meaningful base conversations.
Yes.
Yes.
We're gonna get to random ones in a minute.
9 does a lot of good to bring the series back to what it was. Skills are in there again. The skill system's quite bad, but they're there.
It's limited is probably the better way to put it.
No,
and
I think that they're the way of being able to put skills on people and like
10 skill system we'll get to, but 9 has issues there.
9's issue is that like ostensibly any character could equip one skill and that's it. And I'm not saying that they have to be able to equip a million skills, but like if you want to use something on somebody early on and you put it on them, well, that's gone now. You can never get that back, and I really don't like that.
Yeah, that's really bad.
But that's
Hang
fair.
on.
That's fair.
I need to check something because chat's conversations about the cost of this game have made me wonder.
This game is bad. It has been hit by the whole like collector inflation stuff more than anything else.
Seriously?
Yeah, Path of Radiance is ridiculous.
When nobody says bad, go ahead.
I will never financially own this game ever again.
$100?
Yeah.
Yes.
When nobody says bad in terms of capitalism bad.
Yes.
A couple other things on this one. the supports in this game, we talked about them being in between, which is good. A lot of the supports in this game have some very good ideas in them where they are not only well written or well localized or both, but some of them are actually based on where you are in the story. People will say different things about what's occurring and such. For example, there's a conversation between Jill and Mist, where depending on when you have this conversation, before or after she meets her Jill's dad, that is a very poignant point. Or
I was going to say, the entire script for this is up on Serenus Forest, and once you've played this game, go check it out. It's fascinating to see all the contingencies they wrote into it.
Yes, and all the contingencies, or most of the writing in this game, I think is very solid. Going along with that, this game makes a very honest attempt, and whether they do a perfect job or not, of tackling the idea of how racism and systemic racism and everything works in a society like this. Do I think they do a perfect job? No, it's very hard to do a perfect job.
All those things are works in progress.
A fantastic example of that is Mist supports with Jill is Jill being, for lack of a better term, deprogrammed from her systemic racism.
Yes.
Yep.
She even has those conversations with Ike a couple times in the base conversations.
Yeah.
Does Jill have a support chain with Letha?
She does, and that is the one where you actually can get the whole she won't join her father much earlier because she comes face to face with it much quicker.
Yes. If Jill we'll get to that entire chapter because that's a great chapter. It's either A with Mist or B with Leth.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Or both. Could be both.
Why not both? There's a lot that this game does well. The one thing that I'll say storytelling that, having watched our friend Morgan play through it recently, that I realized I kind of glossed over and really didn't like is that, so the escalation of how important Ike is to the story does go up, where he just starts out as, some dude, and then becomes leader of the mercenaries, and then becomes leader of like a platoon in a war, which like makes sense for where he ends up, because he's escorting the princess at a point, and you have to go through enemy territory, so like he's gonna become a leader of a platoon. It goes on. The one thing that I really didn't, my brain kind of glossed over, and this goes into like the late game writing problem of this game, is FE9 Path of Radiance gets hit by there's this random supernatural element in the game now, worse than most other games in the series, because it feels very out of place when you sit and think about it. It's just kind of like
Laurent's medallion?
The medallion, the armor's blessed by the goddess so that they're impregnable.
Oh, yeah, the Black Knight plot. Okay, because I'm like, this is a fantasy game. Supernatural elements are not.
Yeah, the medallion I'd be okay with.
It's just magic, or it's that, or it's this, or this. That's fine. And then just like, also, wait, actually, I don't remember. Does 9 talk about the goddess in the amulet?
No, there is some bad mojo in Laurent's medallion that makes you crazy.
I think it actually might mention that the Dark God is in there. Yeah, I think that it actually mentions that the Dark God is either sealed or that this is directly tied to the Dark God, so only certain people can touch it without being influenced by said Dark God.
You need a certain level of chill to touch it without going.
So like, that to me feels like, wait, why is this part of the plot? Now, like, why does this have to be part of the motivation of the villain? Why can't he just be a nasty man?
Yeah, so somebody brought this up earlier, which is that one of the major problems that Fire Emblem 9, and by extension Fire Emblem 10 have, is that they're half a game-ish.
Yes.
In that they should have been one game, except that game would have been fucking enormous. But if they were one game, the narrative, I think, would have been to the benefit of both halves of it enormously.
Yes, and that we'll actually get into in a little bit, a point to bring up. But, like, it's so fucking weird. The back fifth of 9, like pretty much after you capture Dayan, everything after that just feels
Rushed.
weird.
Rushed.
Not even just rushed. It just feels weird. Like the plot
And-
just like turns in a weird direction.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the liberation.
You know what
this
this
is
is?
supposed to be the pinnacle of the game, where you are liberating Crimea. Still hilarious. It's called Crimea, by the way. Where you
Yeah.
are liberating your homeland. You're coming full circle after a full year's worth of travel, and some parts of it do live up to the hype, like the fight with the Black Knight. Really good set piece. But you also have all these other things that just. It feels like the enemy is, and in fact he is, intentionally feeding you things because he's trying to activate the MacGuffin, not because he's making sensible war decisions. And it detracts from the overall end.
Which is like a thing that you don't even know is a plot line until like 2/3 of the way through the sequel game.
Yeah, like
Yep.
here's the thing. So one of the contentions I had that I will still go to bat for is going to be in 10, where I think there's some character writing that was done better than you contended it was. But irrespective of that, the games need each other to work narratively.
Yes, the narrative of 9 falls apart because at the end because 10 doesn't exist, and 10 we'll get there.
we will get to 10.
Parts of 10 work very well. So there was a comparison I wanted to make.
Go ahead.
Did you ever watch Code Geass?
Yes.
Okay, so did you hear
Oh,
the
boy.
story about how, like, as they're coming into the end of season 1 of Code Geass, they get told they're getting a second season, and the writers go, "Oh fuck, oh shit, oh piss, what do we do now?"
No, but that makes a lot of sense.
It's that
Yes.
feeling.
Yes. 1,000%.
Something I want to add is how many people remember Zelgius in 9? Specifically 9, not anything about 10.
When I was
remembered him
watching Morgan play it and Zelgia showed up, I was like, "Wait, what?"
Right?
I remembered him specifically because he was the face of, all right, I guess I get why you're taking the lead, and we understand we can't be in charge, because if we're in charge, then that means that Ben Yan is going to be taking over again. This needs to be a Crimean-led effort, but not that he was going to be a central character.
Yeah,
Did you know he has a conversation if Alencia falls in combat and retreats?
No.
Script in 9 is
So the final chapter, there's Alencia who is there with you talking about, okay, we did it, we beat it, holy shit, we beat it. If Alencia is not there and retreated, Zelgius has that conversation with you.
Wild.
Huh.
Wild. Absolutely wild.
like there's so much about. Okay, so do we just want to get to ranking 9 so we can start talking about 10 and
Yep,
really
that
dig in?
might be good. Which I think I would put 9 in B tier. I don't know. I think I would put it ahead of Thracia. I think
I would
this,
agree with
Oh
that.
no,
this is
I
my
would
thought
put it
process.
below Thracia. I fucking
No.
love 9 and I'd put it below Thracia.
I would actually. I mean, to me, 9's my favorite game.
Biorhythm.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, even with Biorhythm, even with some things
Biorhythm
that
doesn't
don't
matter.
I understand, but why is it in the game, man?
Because
mean-
somebody had an idea and they programmed that mechanic,
That's-
but biorhythm does not matter. I have looked up the hard mechanics for biorhythm in 9.
And it's nothing.
It's nothing.
It's like
There's-
5% or something.
Yeah.
But like, I adore this game. It does so much right, but like, it's also so kneecapped by being half a story.
I agree with that. The idea of it being half or 2/3, whatever, a story. But I still look at this in the same way that I look at Thracia, which is, all right, I'm going to play 2/3 of this. If I'm going to enjoy, just have a fun time playing this game, if I play through 2/3 of it, which one do I want to pick up and just do? And it's going to be Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, because I like a lot of the characters in there, especially a lot of the side characters in there, because there's always a fun support or conversation you can have with them that you never saw before. That really brings a different light to that character.
I think I'm with Crum here in that Thracia definitely did a lot more and tried a lot more, but Thracia has a lot more misses than Path of Radiance.
Sure, you take more swings, you miss more often,
Yes,
right?
but I think that in like an actual ranking standpoint, that's to its detriment.
So the question is not, does it have more misses, but is the miss percentage higher? And I'm willing to argue it's not.
I think that a better way to... Well, it's not just a matter of hit or miss, it's a matter of how big of a miss is it. And I think some of those detractions in Thracia is what pulls it a little bit down.
Again, it's little things like Fog of War being as bad as it is.
I feel like I'm willing to concede this point because it comes down to what you personally value in this,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I have gone on record repeatedly as saying I would much, much, much rather something be interesting than quote-unquote good.
Oh, that's totally fair. And again, to me, this is much like how we were talking about 7 and 8 before. I think you could make a very good argument for both Thracia or Path of Radiance being the higher in this situation, or being like a step up, or where they are possibly like very low A. Those two to me are very interchangeable. I just personally like Path of Radiance a lot more because it was really what jump-started me back into really liking Fire Emblem a few years ago, where
same.
I was starting to fall off of it and went, no, this game is good. I like this. And
Yeah, like, it was a joy to sit through it with Newbie, in part because like the Fire Emblem stat bullshit somehow is just wonderful in 9 and 10, but also because like it was the first game where I think it hit that sweet spot. So here's another one of like, you know what, whatever the opposite of pet peeve is, like the intersection of platform and video game as like narrative media has always been a fascinating thing to me. There's always been this wonderful, weird overlap of game as technological object and game as like artistic expression, which I could talk for far too long about, so I'm not going to go too deep into that now. But like the GameCube, like the era basically between the PS1 and sort of halfway through the generation after the GameCube, right? Halfway through the Wii generation, or whatever you want to call it, was this weird sweet spot of we have enough space to do the things we want for once, but with enough limits to prevent maybe the worst of the bloat, right? It's the opposite of like FE1's issues where they had hard slammed against storage limits in the NES cartridge. And so FE9 could give everyone unique map models and could have space for conversations for everyone, and have lovely high-resolution character portraits for the era, et cetera, right? Like, they could do all sorts of fun, neat narrative things. Yeah, it hit that sweet spot of we can and we want to, or like we have the drive to do a thing here.
And to go along with that, we can and we want to, but we don't feel like we have to fill up all that spot just because we can.
Exactly.
Because that's going to be a very important point to bring up in about 10 seconds.
Coughs and port spin axe.
Yeah. One last thing on Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. We're going to get there in a second, We're going to get there in just a second. I think an important thing to say about Path of Radiance, because we didn't really talk about it too much, I think the hard, I'm using quotes here, version of Path of Radiance for the North American release is what I would call about the sweet spot of difficulty that I want to have in a game where I want to be able to pay attention in this game, but also not be so hyper-focused on it in order to make the proper decisions that if I make one mistake, it's a cascading failure, that I can enjoy it without being exhausted after I do it. And that
I'm actually going to go to that for the opposite point, which is why I'm waiting for this. But also, like, there are some games in this series where I would have nominated actually splitting the image that we're using into multiple segments and ranking the segments separately, and Radiant Dawn is absolutely one of those things. And if we're going to start talking about Radiant Dawn, I'm going to go to bat for the North American default difficulty of Radiant Dawn. I adore the fact that it is willing to kick you in the fucking teeth.
I'm okay with that, actually, yeah.
Now,
Call me if you can't sleep. I would be glad to talk to you.
Yes?
I'm
Sorry.
in such suspense right now.
Sorry.
Maybe you can't do this to me.
The talking was distracting. I look back on it and I made a the snap decision to play on normal, you know, because I played all these games on normal. So I played Radiant Dawn on easy, which is normal in Japan. And I think that was actually to my detriment.
I think so. Like, Radiant Dawn on North American normal is how I experienced it, and it puts up a real fight.
I think you can make an argument for both sides of this. We even talked about it at the time when you were picking it. I think on the first time through the game, if you're playing it yourself without it for an audience and where you can have the time to think about it, process the information, and really dig deep into it, I think playing it on hard/normal, depending on what region you're in, is perfectly fine. But since you had brought this up, Newbie, where you wanted to have this be, and I'm going to point at something on your stream, a chill stream kind of game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a choice that was made.
Yeah, was a good idea. Now, if you ever come back to the game because you want to play through it again, why? But if you ever want to do that, I think you could definitely bump it up to the hard/normal mode, and it would be perfectly fine. But for a first playthrough, I think it was a good idea just to show the game as many people would play it.
Now, let's get to the elephant in the room immediately of...
You'll have to be much more specific.
There are many elephants.
That's why I said of, and then you interrupted me, of the pacing of Radiant Dawn. Again,
go ahead.
Shout outs to our mutual friend Morgan for reminding me of this, because I had forgotten. So let's talk about Ike again. Let me open up the chapter list.
Oh boy.
List.
I'm gonna go to the washroom. I will be right back.
Yes. Fire Emblem.
While you're getting that up, can we all take like a 2-minute stretch break actually? Because I need to do the same.
Sure, I already did mine, but I'll be good. Yeah. I'm here with the chat.
Chat too. You all go take a stretch break.
No. Yeah. Now I'm alone.
I mean, I can yell at you from the other room while I do this, but it feels weird.
There we go. Sometimes I can't place what these songs are referencing.
This one sounds familiar.
It's called Song for a Rainy Day, because these are obviously they're all remixes.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did I miss?
Nothing.
I just got back.
Everybody
Mia,
decided
are you there?
to get up and stretch.
That's right. We finished all of Fates and have already voted on Fates. It is all in the S rank.
Goddamn.
So,
y'all work efficiently.
So, here I have the chapter list for Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, in which we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which one's this? No. 7, 8.
We have 10 games
8.
up there right now.
Sorry, yes we do. I'm counting something else. So, Chapter 8, which is Chapter 7. Map 8, Chapter 7.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. Shades of Evil is when Grail dies, and Ike becomes the leader of the mercenaries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 chapters later, because hello, Daybreaks. Following that is Crimea Marches, where Ike promotes and becomes the leader of a legion.
Yes.
So that is probably about 20 chapters
20-ish, yeah. Let's go
into
with
the
that.
game. Okay. I am now staring at the chapter list for Radiant Dawn. Of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Micaiah is the leader of an army.
So, I think, and this is something that Vinay and actually we've all mentioned before, of the idea of it being half, like each game being half or whatever. The ending of the previous game was rushed or kind of muddled because of how they wanted to work it out. I think the beginning of this game is also kind of muddled because they want to have a time to let Micaiah's part breathe, but they also have a very specific point they want to get to with her in a certain amount of maps. And because of that, her progression in terms of where she's going from being a
Rebel?
Rebel. So some would call brigand. Yeah. Rebellion leader. She very quickly just jumpstarts Forge being the leader of the entire Daein army, which I get that she was supposed to originally just be a figurehead, but we don't really have any of the maps where she's acting like a figurehead and turning it around to being, no, I'm just in charge.
This is something I wanted to point out. What I find fascinating about this is that how do I put it? And admittedly, in a lot of these games, it's not necessarily clear how much time has elapsed between every map. And to some extent, that's by design, right? It's supposed to be somewhat fluid, and that's fair, but in part 1 of Radiant Dawn in particular, it's not just that it's variable, it's that it's so immensely variable that you start to lose track at some point, right?
Yes.
Like, it is that there's widely disparate amounts of time elapsing between, like, the first handful of maps where you're still the dipshit brigade, and
Bucket
then,
brigade.
like...
Bucket Brigade.
Yes, the Bucket Brigade. And then once the gears of that political plot have engaged, the time skips become impliedly wildly larger.
To go on that, the second to last map in Chapter 1 is the fight where Micaiah is rescued, spoilers everybody, by the Black Knight. If you're in this chat, spoilers abound. The next map is supposed to be well after that because that map happens, and then in the interlude, there is the person with the lovely narration voice says, you fight battle after battle after battle, and you keep pushing through their lines, and keep pushing through the lines, and now you're at the capital, and you're fighting the last little bit, and you're about to win.
Yeah, we've skipped all that other stuff. It's time for the big finale.
Yeah, where in another game, that skipped section would be several chapters of fighting your way through. The story has a point it has to get to very quickly. We have to move, so we're just going to skip all the way by that stuff. Which, in some ways, I appreciate them trying to do that to keep the story moving, but at other points, it's like, whoa, hold on. I haven't enough time to breathe with Micaiah being in the lead, and where is Azuka, and why is he here? Yeah,
like, they could have put a lot more time in that, but, like, the thing is, here's the other thing. Radiant Dawn's overall premise was actually fascinating, right? Like, I like the idea of, okay, we're going to jump ahead a bit from the end of FE9 and dial into the absolute shit show that Dan has become after you tore out its fucking heart in FE9. Yeah,
great idea.
I love it.
So to weigh in on a couple of things, just other pacing problems. Let's talk about mechanical pacing real fast. Just like real fast. Hey, that's chapter 7. They hand you 2 promoted units, and one of them is Tornado, and Tornado starts at, I'm just checking this again, level 14 promoted.
And that's not even the most egregious thing in the first block of chapters.
Yeah, that's just again, watching Morgan play, just having this stuff fresh in my mind. That's ridiculous. Again, the level of, like, difficulty, one thing or another. One thing that I absolutely despise that became a modern Emblem problem for a very long time is just being able to stick a character on the front line and have them solo everything.
Juggernauting.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, counterpoint to this, I love generals. The thing about generals is generally, no pun intended, they would go on the front line, not die, but they also usually wouldn't kill either.
Yeah.
They would maim, but they wouldn't kill. And then you
They're
still
they're a shield. They're not a
yeah,
sword.
then you had to commit, the rest of your team in order to clean up afterwards.
You put them in the choke point, they take the hit, and then the unit behind them does the final finishing blow.
Yeah, they choke the point. But yeah, that's why ranged units are a thing, right? You partner the general with an archer or something to finish the job.
Or Micaiah or whomever, but
Right.
that's the idea for it. And then in the next chapter, you pick up a wizard who is already promoted, a very powerful, I was about to say Manikeep. Nope, that's the wrong one. You pick up
Laguz?
Marim. You pick up, Laguz, thank you. You pick up Marim, who is also wildly powerful. And then in the chapter after that, you get the Wolf Queen, who is an endgame
Nyla.
crutch character. And she's just there.
Nyla and her husband? Question mark? It's
No,
not clear what that's good.
I would say it's more assistant. Oh, that
No,
husband.
no,
that makes
I'm
sense.
talking about Raphael.
Raphael, yes, husband.
Yeah, husband.
If not husband, like we're headed there. Come on, everyone can read this.
Also,
sign.
yes, I need to take a time out here. Let me be upset for a moment about Vika and Tormod.
Yes.
Can we just close that lid for a second so we can
Okay,
unbox availability in like 5 minutes?
Yeah,
Availability
As a
TM.
Yeah, but so we got the Wolf Queen, and then after that, you get the Black Knight, the Black Goddamn Knight, for the last
Yep.
chapter in that thing, where you're
Fire
looking
up
at it and
the
going,
music.
you have now 4 different characters at this point who could probably solo most, if not all, of the final chapter
On
I
their
get that.
own.
on
On
their
their
own. Well, that's the inherent idea of solo, but whatever.
Extreme
the point
solo.
is, it doesn't work that you're getting handed all of these units, except that the people who are designing this game are saying we want you to be able to see these early characters and have a little bit of fun tinkering with having low level units, but no, we're moving. We have more important things to get through than all these people. So just hold on. We're getting to the more important stuff later, and
Now-
that's very frustrating.
Because I want to address this, because if we're just going to move forward through the game, that's fine.
Sorry, I okayed it because the message was fine, but I saw the mod message and I'm like,
Oh, wait. My phone wasn't bringing that up. Hold up. I kind of want to see what the mod message was.
I'm like,
We're
I
sorry.
don't know how I
We're
feel
sorry. Okay. Moving
Give me your
on.
money.
Anyway. Anyway. Just one point I wanted to address while we're still in the Micaiah issues here. Or the part 1 issues.
Fuck it, Brigade.
Izuka. Can we talk about Izuka for a
Oh
second?
my god.
Can we talk about, like, why is anybody fucking listening to Izuka?
Yeah, so there have been a lot of games where
Like,
I have increasingly shouted, why don't you just stab him the screen louder and louder? One of the main reasons that I adored Tales of Vesperia so much is because when I screamed, why don't you just stab him at the screen, the main character went, you know what? Why don't I just stab him?
Like,
But that doesn't happen here.
That doesn't happen here.
I can't remember if Izuka, like, the squad sees Izuka in the first game. I know
No,
he shows
they
up.
don't.
Okay, they don't.
There is exactly one person who sees him, and that is the what's her face, the Heron lady. She sees him because that he threw her. When she's in jail, he walks by and he's in that part, but she wouldn't
Leanne.
recognize him. Yeah, Leanne. She wouldn't recognize him, and be able to say, "Oh, it's that dude," because she's not in the first part.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's fair. Irregardless,
Oh, Nine of Solitude. Yeah.
Izuka is the most nasty man that has ever existed, and everybody is just listening to him. He wears the fact that he is going to betray you on his sleeve, and everybody just ignores it, and it's so frustrating.
I think
Right.
now the story progression for it, the reason why it's a stupid ass reason, but the reason they're having is because Izuka found Peleus, and Peleus
Yeah.
is saying, "Oh, he's my advisor. I wouldn't be here without him." And they're bend over backwards to say, "I know he's super bad, but again, we wouldn't be here if not for him." And that works up to a certain point. When by a certain point, I mean never in this game. And it just
Well,
it doesn't work.
Here's the thing. Peleus being a patsy that Izuka's like groomed for this, I'm actually all for. And like this being Peleus's reason, again, I'm fine with. I'm not fine with everybody else not essentially going not over Peleus's head, but like going no fuck it and ganking him at some point.
Like
Or leaving.
somebody, yeah, A, leaving, B, like somebody not pulling Peleus aside and being like, hey man,
It's him or us.
Like, okay, so as an example, the prison stage, the prison break, where you go to the prison with the objective, hey, we need more men. Let's go liberate these people who are about to be executed. Izuka's grand plan, I got it. We'll poison the water supply and starve them out. What?
Izuka. What?
Yeah, because his plan is, we won't get all those people that are in this prison, but we'll kill all the people around, and overall, we'll kill, like, I'm just using imaginary numbers here, 20,000 people to 5,000, so it works in our favor. No, it doesn't. That's how you turn people against you. Every idea that he brings up as this grand strategist is exactly against what you would want to do to build the favor of the people, and it's incredibly frustrating. Also, not even getting to the point where he
good at his
does tomorrow.
supposed job is just the worst. If he were good at his job, if he suggested bastard plans that did the thing you needed, he would work in the position that the plot needs him to be in.
Oh, wait a minute. This just kind of clicked. Is he supposed to be like what Soren is, but bad?
maybe.
Probably.
Fuck.
Also, for the people in chat going, who gives a shit that he's the son of the previous king,
The people
that's
do.
not how this works. Like, it's not that Fire Emblem loves royalty. That's not how this works in terms of the political system of the world. Legitimacy is an important thing. Just because it's not important to you doesn't mean it was never important.
Yeah. As a side, yes. Like, who cares?
They do.
Royalty does. Like,
It's not just
it-
royalty. Everybody cares because that's the political system that they've grown up in.
Yeah.
And you have to remember that the people in Dayan, save for the very end when it's Ashnard, right?
Yes.
When Ashnard did his thing, he did bring Dayan into being a power. He probably brought a lot of wealth and prosperity in the process. So people are looking towards the good times during that, even if the bad times were really bad. Now, again, we're not going to get into
I was
any
gonna
of the
say-
idea with the systemic racism. That's super bad. We're not talking about
So-
that.
When Ashnard took the throne, the blood plague went away.
Yeah.
Yes, there is also that. Right? Like any connection to Ashnard provides legitimacy. So for Warrior Peleus has none of it, he does. Because of the manufactured, I admit, but nevertheless extant enough connection to Ashnard.
Yes. Now, we're going to get into the whole idea of, is he actually the son? No, but don't
No.
worry about it.
To answer a comment in chat of the reason Dayan fell, Ike is a mercenary captain, and Dayan was in no political position to annex Dayan.
No, Crimea wasn't.
Crimea?
in it.
Crimea was in no political position to annex Dayan.
They were in a political position, and then they ceded to
Benyon.
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 Benyon, who was 80% of the forces that liberated liberated Crimea and
Yeah.
defeated Dayan.
Remember, Ike is a nobody. That is the most important thing about Ike. He is not important.
He's some
Which
dude.
is actually a very important plot point for a good chunk of 10, and that's even when he's not there. For the first chapter and the second chapter, Ike being a nobody who just left after he people said, I don't want him in charge. Actually, it largely contributed to the political situation at the start of 10.
Moving on, I really don't remember anything about the Alencia chapter. I don't remember much outside the start of the game.
I actually like the Alencia chapter a lot because, again, it is all about, okay, now here's all the fallout from the shit that happened in 9, right? There is still a lot of political division in Crimea. Crimea's not... It's less racist than Dayan, but not, like, hugely so. But more than that, like, it's not a monolith, right? It's a vassalage-based system, which means some guy who enough people listen to with a, like, Duke or High Count level title can do a Crusader Kings 3.
That's right. The whole thing was somebody trying to take over the throne. That's what the whole point of her chapter was.
Which is why I really liked Chapter 2, because it was an interesting comparison between Peleus and the Queen, Alencia. Because before this point, we've never seen Alencia really tested as being a political leader. Most of what she's been doing is being the person coming back to liberate it from Ashnard. This is a way for her to be able to show she is worthy of being the queen. Not only is she worthy, but she is an excellent queen in terms of her values and such. And she surrounds herself with the right people. That chapter is very good for establishing that. I wish it was longer so we could see more of that. But that chapter, more than any other, feels extremely rushed.
It is paced badly because we have to get to Ike.
We have shit to
get
do.
to Ike. It's only, 5 maps?
It's like 4 or 5.
No, it's only 5. Yeah. One of which is really fun because it's the flyer only map.
Yes, which is such a good idea.
Clouds.
Also, Hara's there, and any map that Hara's on is a good map.
But there
I'll go
is
to bat
something
for Jeffrey's charge.
There is something to call. You just like Jeffrey.
A charge of the Jeff Brigade is such a good map name. I'd love it so much.
There is one thing to call out, and I brought this up in Gaiden, and I didn't bring it up with Sacred Stones because it's optional in Sacred Stones, but I really do like stories that will show you the perspective from different angles of what's going on, which is actually the thing in Radiant Dawn that I really adore. Is you start out seeing it from the Dayan point of view, then you go to Crimea, and then you go to Ike, who is just...
I wouldn't even say it's Ike.
Like a
I'd say it's
non-state
Laguz.
actor.
I'd say it's more Laguz focused than Ike focused.
Yes.
Yeah. So what I was oh damn it, I've lost it. Sorry.
No, here, think about that, because I do have a point to go on that. It really feels like Ike's whole bit, where he's starting up and stuff, is supposed to be what happened at the end of 9. Is, okay, we've liberated Crimea. Now we understand all the stuff that Benyan's done that's terrible, so these people who've been helping us out, they're actually the real bad guys. And all the Laguz who are finally at this point, after being so fragmented, have come together, have formed an alliance, and we need to march right on back to take them on. That's what it felt like it should have been, but we needed to have a pause break because we made it 2 games in order to get to this point again.
And...
Was that enough time, Vinay?
I'm afraid not.
Dang.
Unfortunately, I've been distracted by the fact that they made Makalov good in Radiant Dawn, and it was the funniest fucking
Mechanically, sure.
Sounds fake.
The 75% speed growth.
Boy.
The 175 speed growth in the game is on Makalov, and it's hysterical.
So that does get to one point real quick to bring up, just because it popped in. There are memorable characters in 9 and 10. I just wish Makalov wasn't one of them, because
he's so awful. So it's interesting because Makalov is not...
Man.
He's garbage in a way that's fascinatingly distinct from, like, the... He's garbage without being morally corrosive. He's just personally objectionable on nearly every level.
He's micro garbage as opposed to some of the other people who are dealing with it on the macro scale.
Right.
He's still reprehensible, but at the same time, you can look at other people and go, you're not that bad.
Yes.
And yeah,
he's not the Benyan Senate. He's not Sirocco from Zeta Gundam, who made me want to take a shower every fucking time he was on screen.
Anyway, we're getting way too far afield. Go ahead, newbie. Sorry.
I forgot. Now I forgot what I was going to say.
God damn it, guys.
Damn it.
No. So the thing that Radiant Dawn actually does that I look at and I adore every time it does this. It's so fucking funny is the first time they do it. I have to remind myself 100%. So there's that map. There's this map. Yes, it yeah, okay, I think it is specifically that one because then, yeah, you're on the, yeah, okay. Reason to Fight as the Dawn Brigade is, I believe, the first time in the game where your enemy is one of the other playable characters from one of the other campaigns.
Yes.
Yes.
Which is a great idea. It's neat.
It is such a great moment to walk in and see the device of your own ass thrashing standing on the other side of the field of, oh, wait, I made this. Oh, no.
Oh no! Oh, that was what I wanted to mention. I'm sorry. This is back to part 1, but like one of the most delightful things about part 1 for me is that like damn near every member of the Dawn Brigade is the wrong class, and
Yeah,
I love it
love
so
that.
fucking much.
It's great. It's such a great idea that it kind of turns the whole class system on its head and makes every character seem very unique. Although, now that I think about it, I think officially the first map that you fight against one of your buddies would be when Dayan comes back in to fight at the river, because you can fight Lethe there, and Mordecai.
Yeah, no, that's
That's my... Yeah, there are a few fights at the river, though. That's why I need to specify.
Yeah, but no, Reason to Fight is that map.
Yeah.
It is, boss can be Lethe.
Yeah, or Leth, or... Again, I've heard two different pronunciations of Leth or Lethe, so apologies for the people out there who are going, but that's not right.
Yeah, and then
How many
Rivals.
times can you shuttle Jill around from side to side in that game?
Not too much, because
Oh.
if she is on the Dayan side and she gets recruited over to Ike's side, she's there for the rest. She can't go back.
I see.
Same thing with Zahark.
I see.
Yep.
And then, yes, oh, Lord.
You okay?
Okay, it's fine. Sorry, Cat just jumped on top of the tower, and I was really worried he was going to hit the power button.
Okay. Real quick, actually, because you brought something up about the recruiting of Jill and Zahark. That's actually something about this game, and I think Newbie's about to get to it, that really frustrated me and how that was executed. But I think I am actually jumping ahead, so Newbie, go ahead, and we'll come back to that point. I don't want to jump too far ahead on this.
Oh, no, I was just going to point out that the next map there, boss is Micaiah,
Yep.
and, yeah.
Is it bad that I got sidetracked by the fact that, like, there are character revelations in Fire Emblem 9 that you can only learn by not recruiting Stefan?
Yes.
That just blindsided me as a thing I remembered.
I mean,
out of
there's
nowhere.
so much you can talk about with 9 and 10 because they put a lot of
They put so much into these games.
But the
So-
problem, yeah, go ahead, Mia.
I was going to say it is some to add on to that point we were talking about of the very next chapter of okay, now you're back to Ike. Fight all the characters you've been playing as in the start of the game.
Yeah. Also, the Black Knight is here.
Also, the Black Knight is here. Also, Aaron is here. You have to fight Aaron. You have to fight Jill. You have to fight your units.
It's such a great mechanic to happen. And it happens a couple times. The rest of part 3 is you bashing your head against your other units, and it's such a cool mechanic. It is also where the plot and everything in this game starts to take a big turn
Goes to
sideways.
die,
Dayan coming back into the fight, that is the moment the plot fell apart.
I think Crumb, you had a point about unit recruitment.
Yeah, so that it really comes down to, with Jill and Zahark being able to be recruited by the Ike and Laguz army and such, the issue I have with them being recruited is why they're recruitable in the first place, and they haven't just immediately said when Dayan came into the fight against the Laguz, we're out.
Nope, we're done.
No. We cannot be here anymore, because those two, more than just about anyone else in the entire armies, whatever, would immediately look at this and go, we cannot do this. Zahark, because of his past with the Laguz and his being part of a branded family and everything else, He would not. He would absolutely not fight against the Lagoos. Like, even with the camaraderie and all that stuff, he would just say, "I can't do this." He would either step away or he would go join the Lagoos army. Jill, being a person who has broken away from systemic racism, is going to be one of those people that is extremely sensitive to any kind of thing with this. So she would absolutely not be fighting against them. Like, she has this conversation in a base where she says, "Yeah, this is really stupid. It should be a heck of a lot more of that. It should be, I'm
Fuck
gone.
this. I'm done.
I cannot be a part of this," and that's very frustrating. Now, I understand mechanically why they bring them, keep them in, because those two could be your linchpin characters, and to just take them away would really be frustrating. But it doesn't make sense to me. They really should have just left.
Mm-hmm.
Again, as you put it, this is the point of the game where everything, all of the fronts start falling off.
Yeah,
really
all
hard.
of the little problems that have been accumulating suddenly dogpile into.
Also, a thing I want to point out, because at this point you'd probably be hitting it. Man, it is really clear that this was supposed to be 1 game that was just very long. When there's a second promotion.
Yes.
One thing that I do like that they did in difference between this and Path of Radiance is the fact that your super skill is just gained
On your second
automatically.
promotion.
Yeah,
Which is a great idea.
because there's only like 4 occult scrolls in the first game.
Oh, can we talk about this game's skill system though? Because
This
I
game's
actually
skill
do
system
love
is really dope. Being able to like take skills off of characters and put them on other characters that you feel are more appropriate, such as I took Shinon's target me skill and put it on Gatry, and Gatry
Mhm.
became
Yeah.
a wild unit because
Mhm.
you have a tank with provoke.
Absolutely. And it's a great thing. And it allows you to be modular to characters. Like, you could have that provoke skill. You could take it off, like, let's say Gatry got way ahead in levels. I don't want to use him anymore. Let's put it on Braum. You can just boop and put it right over on Braum, and then Braum can have that skill for a map. Or Nafani or whomever. And that's a very good mechanical system. Along with that, I'm going to point this out because it was big for me. Making physical ranged swords, great idea.
Mm-hmm.
Why not have them?
Yep.
Is their accuracy bad? Don't care.
If only we
There's-
had some magic range swords in this game.
I mean,
There
that's
exists-
a bug.
There exists ranged weapons for spears, for lances and axes. That's a mechanical weakness for swords, so that really adds to it.
I
It-
always liked that though. I like that swords
Okay.
didn't have a ranged option.
I liked it for certain characters.
Beyond things like Lightbrand or whatever.
Yes.
The problem is it can really mess with certain characters, like, for example, sword masters of, okay, you're too fragile to be on the front line, but if I could have you be the person that occasionally gets attacked from behind other people, I'd be okay with it. So long as you don't make archers terrible.
So, as an interesting aside, as a sort of flash sideways to the Kaga Saga games, one of the things that I found fascinating that Vistaria did was both not just like dial back availability of ranged spears and axes, but also outright take away throwing spear access from tier 1
Yes,
cav.
I think that's a good idea. You need to limit either it needs to be they all have access to it, sword, spears, and axe to ranged options, or if they have access, it's extremely limited because it should be a special thing rather than just be a norm.
Yeah.
But, again-
With the asterisk, the Lance cav can use javelins unpromoted.
Which makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that we should.
We need to move on,
Yeah.
or we'll be at this another hour.
I do
Yes.
appreciate that we can get invested in the story and
Yes.
talking about these games. It's nice that we can have this discussion without us trying to call each
We
other's
move
throat.
through other games quickly, and we're focusing on Radiant Dawn a lot because Radiant Dawn does
There's
a lot.
so much to
There's a
talk
lot to
about.
unpack in Radiant Dawn, and
Like-
we are getting to the moment of fully unpacking, which is part 4.
Oh no. As an aside, before we cross that threshold, is there any point in the game where the game actually tells us that Soren is Almeida's son, or are we just
Yes.
expected to figure
Yes.
that out from context? Okay.
It is very hard to unlock.
Oh
But
my
yes.
lord. Oh my god, is it one of the fucking loot block things?
So there are a couple things you have to do. I'm just going to list out all the stuff that I remember off the top of my head. One of the things is Sora needs to be able to attack Micaiah on the map, on the river map, which is extremely dangerous to do because the Black Knight's right there. He also needs to be able to fight against Peleus in the last map of Chapter 3, which means you have to be on a second playthrough for that to be unlocked because Peleus on the normal playthrough is dead at that point.
Yeah.
And there's also some other things on there. There's a lot of like quote unquote replayability things included in this game where it really should just been there from the first place.
Right.
Yes.
I do appreciate that I knew that going in from FE9 just because they are actually really thorough about seeding hints for that stuff through FE9.
So, let's talk about one thing before we get into part 4, which is, hey, the major plot
go
point that is terrible in...
Oh, I was going to suggest let's have a 5-second acknowledgement of this. This is really bad, and move along.
Yes, but yeah, we need to really acknowledge that they got themselves in such a writing corner of how to justify really anything happening that they came up with the most ham-handed way of doing it, which is blood contract.
Blood packs.
So I might actually be able to describe or explain this one. It is on record from some of the writers of FE10 that they thought that the plot of FE9 was too hard for people to grasp, that they added in Blood Pact or things similar to that to dumb down the idea.
No.
Cool.
Solid part. Like sub-chunks that were abstracted versions of an entire ass Fire Emblem game of fantasy realpolitik, and then Blood Pact.
Chapter 4, because I'd like to move on from blood packs.
Well, actually, there's
We will be here all night.
Yeah. There is one thing that I want to bring up because it is a very specific failing that occurs that they really could have done more with, but they didn't. Which is Chapter 3 Endgame from Pain and Awakening.
Ooh, yes.
The counter in the upper right is... They could have done so much more with the counter, but to list, for those that are unaware, in the upper right of the screen in From Pain Awakening, because yeah, we touched on it very briefly before, but the main thing that the medallion, the Fire Emblem, if you will, in this game is that it feeds off conflict. So in this map, at this point, continuous conflicts have being, manipulated and caused behind the scene because they are trying to awaken whatever god is inside this amulet. So on this map, there is a counter in the upper right that counts up every time somebody dies. And at numbers 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30, scenes occur that are happening off screen to just indicate that, hey, it's not good, y'all. This war is causing more problems than we thought, which I
Is that
adored.
good? No. Yeah.
The problem is...
We get a scene of Leanne passed out on the ground and the amulet going wild.
Yeah. The problem is... What is happening? He's getting all really jumpy.
It's because you're getting invested in this and he's feeding off your energy.
Maybe. The problem is this map is hard-coded to end, and how the map actually ends, at 80 kills. So nothing happens between 30 and 80.
Yep.
Except for that number getting bigger and pulsing and more and more and more.
No, it doesn't actually. It doesn't change any more from 30.
It builds up to 30 and it stays there.
Yes. It gets more intense at 30 and then stops getting more intense until 80. It's a very minor nitpick, but it feels like such a missed opportunity to not keep having things happening. You want to tell a story about how big this amulet is, and you're starting to sell me on it, and then you kind of just went for
Then you
it.
immediately just undercut it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, yeah, like people saying in the chat, where it's like, oh, are the Lagoos gonna just start going absolutely berserk and attacking everyone
That would be
around them?
really
Because
cool.
That would have been a
See,
really
they're
It
on
didn't
map.
happen.
Yeah, that's something that should have happened, is that allied Lagoos should have turned against you at a point, because that's a whole thing that's been happening,
Yeah,
is that, like,
just start berserking.
yeah, but I wouldn't say necessarily turn against you. Just they stop helping you intentionally, or just attack anyone who gets close.
exactly, yes.
Like, actually start afflicting them with berserk. That's an easy mechanical way to do this.
Also, to go along with that, a very missed opportunity for the map. There are so many conversations in that map based on certain people talking to other people on that, and this also happened on the map where Ike's team was fighting against Micaiah's team on the river. It is. I would actually suggest people go look up like the script for all these things.
Hang on, I'm
because-
just gonna find the Serena's Forest
Yeah.
link to the script. We've
Because
mentioned
there,
it
for
like 6
example,
times now.
there are conversations in there, for example, on the final chapter end map of who's the Hawking? What's his dumb name? Tabarn.
Tybarn.
Yeah.
Tabarn. If he finds the Wolf Queen and they have a conversation, it is the most innuendo-filled conversation I have ever seen in a video game like this, where you were looking at it going, oh yeah, the writers
Tabarn,
know
you know
exactly
she's
how to do
married.
like subtext of these two at this point, with all of the like chaos energy going through them, are like they're about a half a step away from just going to the bushes together, because good God.
It is now super text.
Anyway, and then
Chapter 4.
chapter 4, where the god of order wakes up, and what is this plot even at this point?
Again, like, as an abstract idea, I actually think it is cool. Because it's like, how do I put it?
Oh, I'll give you
There's-
that. It's interesting in concept. It's just like, what are we even doing at this point?
Yeah.
Like, where
But,
we
like-
started and where we are now.
That's fair, right? The plot goes from fantasy realpolitik to no, we're Shin Megami Tensei now.
And then, like, man, what the hell even are the rest of the maps of this game? Like,
Don't worry about it.
It's just getting to the
I
end.
will say,
It's just yeah.
the end boss's design is actually neat for once.
yeah, they made
Yeah.
an end boss that was actually kind of interesting. It's really weird that they went like, hey, we need to. Okay, only blessed weapons can do this. All right, cool. You're gonna give us cool weapons then? No,
No,
we're just gonna
blessing
bless your weapons. Oh, okay.
Hang on, let me go to the smith and make a bunch of cool named weapons for my guys. Okay, there we go.
Or hold on a sec. Let me just go through my inventory. Would you bless this bolting tome for no particular reason?
Mm-hmm.
It's
not good.
There are
game-
snippets in that part in the chapter 4 that are interesting ideas. Like when you finally get to fight Azuka and he gets all the comeuppance that is coming towards him. There are snippets of conversations there. For example, when your fireman, quote unquote, shows up and he has said that goes, "Oh yeah, I'll 2,000. I'll fight him." And the person asking goes, "That doesn't seem like that much." Yeah, I hate that guy. That's a funny moment, and it's
Yep.
nice, but
Mobius,
surrounded by
like,
all the
comedy
other
gold
stuff.
all the time. He's so
Yeah,
good.
Surrounded by all the other
Part
stuff, it's not there.
Has the
To Barnes'
funniest-
conversation, go ahead.
Part 4 has the funniest fucking recruitment in the entire series.
Yes,
why is Oliver still alive?
Yes, Oliver! We need to talk about Oliver because he has his own fucking combat music and it's perfect.
Ike asks him, "Hey, could you go rejoin the enemy? So we
Yeah,
can
could you
kill
please not join us? I hate this.
That actually gets to a high point of chapter 3 and chapter 4 as we get Ike back, where Ike is at this point a little bit more mellow. He's a little bit more learned. He's also absolutely hysterical. Ike's deadpan delivery in every situation is fantastic, and there's some very good writing there, and I wish he had been around a little bit more to go along with that. And generally, his entire crew, I think, does elevate some of the weaker portions of the game in terms of overall plot structure because they play off each other so well. That being said, there's a lot of detriments here, so yeah.
And yes, Oliver is a character. Like, he's bizarre because, as Clinsiridia in the chat puts it, he's a character who shows up literally because the devs thought it would be funny.
Yeah,
And that's okay. That so long as that the entire thing is just meant to be, this would be very funny. Sure.
Like, he is existing on the Danved level of no explanation,
I love
no
Danved.
explanation required.
Which, okay, last thing I think we can go over. We need to move on from Radiant Dawn.
Yes,
We
yeah,
do.
okay, we need to stop. We need to stop.
Availability.
Availability.
Availability just dumpsters some characters.
I want to
Yeah.
use Vika. I would love having a Raven unit just as a consistent party member.
Yes.
I don't
Yeah,
get
fuck
that.
Maelucci.
There was a hack I saw that someone mentioned in Newbie's general chat where they'd made it so that Vika just stuck with the Bucket Brigade for the rest of the game.
Like, Tormod is a very good example of, like, characters that just get dumpstered because he shows up as a promoted sage in part 1.
Yeah.
And then disappears until the end of part 3 when people are, like, promoted
No,
to.
The end of
Part 4.
the end of part 4.
Is that
He
when
shows up on the map
It's-
with Oliver.
It's you get Tormod and then you go into the end game.
Yeah, he shows up on the same map as Oliver because you walk in and to see him getting attacked, and then you go, wait a minute, this is the same
Oh.
mansion we were at where Oliver was at, and then Oliver's the boss of the map.
Wow, right. Yeah, I just opened that up, and yeah,
Tormod
that is when he
got
rejoins.
dumpstered so fucking hard. It's
Holy shit.
unbelievable.
I mean, it's also not as bad as two other characters. I already yelled her name once, Fiona. Boy, the game hates Fiona. Which
Oh,
is
yeah.
a shame. Go ahead,
She'd
Mia.
be a good character if she was in this game, which she
Uh,
isn't.
On the opposite end, hey Ilyana, I see
Oof.
you're in this chapter too.
Ilyana, who is with the traveling merchants that show up with every campaign. So Ilyana is just
There.
there in every campaign.
But we haven't talked to the person who got messed up the most about availability, and that would be Largo.
Look,
Availability, no.
Largo lost his arm.
Yeah, he lost an arm, went home and became a family man. I actually like that.
Okay,
I like that. Now, if they describe that, just explain that more, I'd be okay with it. I think the main reason they actually took Largo out is because the Berserker class doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've opened it up just to point out Fiona's terrible availability. She is available on Chapter 7, Part 1, Endgame Part 1, Chapter 6, Part 3, Chapter 12, Part 3, Chapter 13, Part 3, and then
from there out, yeah.
and then 2 chapters in Part 4 because of the way that Part 4 works.
You left off an important point about those 2 chapters she's available in Part 1. They're indoor maps. She is at a move penalty on both of those maps,
She sure is.
which is something we actually need to talk about on this. This is actually the game where I don't actually mind the indoor move penalty for mounted units. It's
No,
just
if
it
you have
hurt- it
to
hurt
if you have
her.
to do something, giving them a -2 penalty indoors makes sense.
Yeah, I get it. They can't be as mobile.
Actually, hold on. The next two, actually, I think the next 3 Bucket Brigade maps in Chapter 3, one's in a river,
Yep.
one's on a cliff,
Yep.
one is defending a fortress.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The one on the cliff is actually where she can use most of her maneuverability about, just because she can canto and that's useful. But the one on the river, she can't move beyond your starting point because she cannot enter the river.
Yep.
Yep.
And she can't be rescued because she's on a horse.
Yep.
It's, yeah.
Anywho, I think that is enough talk about Radiant
Yeah.
Dawn.
Yep.
Where
I'm
are we
it-
going to put
I'm putting
this?
it, this is my initial thought.
Yes,
Hang on, I need to tab back in there.
I agree with that.
You know
I
what?
would
That's
would-
fair.
personally put it above Shadow Dragon: The Blade of Light.
Oh yeah, I would probably agree with that. Shadow Dragon Blade of Light
Because
is just
it-
a problem mechanically.
Yeah, it just has more going on, and it's not. It has more problems, but more victories.
Yeah.
Yes. But
It's
like,
also
Of
in-
all the games in this that are not doing well, like FE9 and 10 as a unit is the one that I wish could have been everything it wanted
Yes.
to be. I
Yes.
want it so badly.
Now, an important thing I want to point out about the D tier, I don't have an abbreviation for D yet. I'm still working through that one.
damn, I
I
wish you
could
were
have-
better.
There we go. Perfect.
Perfect.
Got there. For the damned here, I could totally see people playing that game and absolutely adoring that game and having it much higher. That I would not hold it against people. So I know some people out there would probably personally have Radiant Dawn be like B or even A, and I can see the reasons why. They're mechanically for Radiant Dawn, I get it, and a lot of the character stuff, I get it. It's just that end game really hurts.
Yeah,
This is our personal list. This is not an objective list.
Yes.
That's you. I'm being
Alright,
objective about this.
last one for this. We're there. We're in the home stretch.
My
Awakening.
boy, my boys, my children.
Oh, this is tough. Like, the thing is, in terms of map design and so forth, Awakening has a lot of problems. And like,
Awakening went for much smaller maps.
it did.
Which is okay by me.
Now, let's talk about one thing immediately.
Yep.
The parrot mechanic is stupid. Like, it's very good at what it does. It's too good at what it does. It's
I think that's the best
entirely
way to
too
put it.
strong.
It really feels like it's a Thracia mechanic of, oh, I like that you tried this. This is way too overbalanced. That we need or overtuned. We need to scale this back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now Awakening, as far as stream games go, was the first one that I just played on hard mode because I knew Awakening on a whole was a bit too easy.
But you had a way to do that though, which was the casual mechanic.
Yeah, casual. Which, for what it's worth, I never did sacrificial plays because I knew I was playing on casual. I tried to keep every unit alive as best I could, but rolled with units getting KO'd, which actually led to some very interesting maps.
I'm sorry, Henry. I'm sorry, Henry.
Yo, Henry got knocked out so many times. They kept catching me flat-footed, and I don't know how it kept happening.
Cursed.
And for what it's worth, I mostly only lost units to either A, like a single unit misplay of like Lucina on the last map of, ooh, I didn't know that she was in range of that many units, or, well, reinforcements sure do move on the turn they show up.
Yep.
Oh no, Olivia was definitely in range of that fort. Again, why do I keep doing this? But let's talk about what Awakening did right, which is Awakening wanted to be a love letter to the series, which I played Awakening as my second game, and I thought it was fine. It didn't wow me in any way. Coming back to Awakening after playing a lot of the series up to that, in fact, I'd say all games that matter up to that point. Like, I didn't play the remakes, but it's not like it references the remakes in particular.
Right.
I appreciate a lot more of the things that Awakening does of referencing those old games of like, here's it was really fun. Like previously, I would pick up one of those like X's weapon thing and be like, all right, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
but now
sure,
I pick it up and I'm like, oh, it's Finn's
Oh, I
Lance.
know what
Oh,
this-
yeah. Oh, it's Celica's book. Yeah. Like that kind of stuff. Who the
shit.
Who the fuck's Katarina?
Yep.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up when you said, yeah, it doesn't reference one of the remakes. Well, it has small references.
It also has the map of, oh shit, it's the Dead Lords.
Yeah, it's the Dead Lords. I had that moment
these
of like,
guys.
oh fuck yeah, it's the Dead Lords, and like, you know,
Not only the Dead Lords, but the Dead Lords specifically from 4.
yeah. And like they had a bunch of the legendary weapons from 4, so like there was a part of like, hey, I'll legitimately say like, hey, I get that reference, but like, it was fun. Sometimes
But
that's good.
it's a fun callback that's not to the detriment of the game. It's there for the people who know, but the people who don't are just going to go, these are some weird people, but at the same time, this seems like a fun map.
I
adore-
For what
Go ahead,
it's worth, somebody's asking in chat. The name of the song is "Forgive Me, Everyone. I Didn't Accomplish Anything."
Okay.
Okay. I adore every unit you get. This is a game where you form attachments to
They
units.
very carefully calibrated the anime concentration in this game.
So the thing that did it, that I think, as we will see as we move on to later games in the series, did it bad, is that these characters have, when you recruit them, and you can very clearly see it, they're one character trait assigned at birth. Except then, as you do supports, you find out that they don't have only one
I was
character.
going to say exactly that. There are a couple of characters whose supports flesh them out in ways that are far more interesting than the single sentence summary would imply.
Even now, sigh. Even now,
Even Noe, unfortunately, yes.
She
but,
has
like,
some of the best supports in the game.
yeah, that's
you just
the
have
thing. Noe
to
has some
get
phenomenal
there.
supports. The ones that came to mind for me immediately are Vake and Tharja have shockingly good supports given their single sentence summary.
Vake support. So I paired Vake with Cornelia and
Cordelia.
What?
Cordelia.
Cordelia. Right. Sorry. And Vake's support with Cordelia fucking ruled. And the thing about it that hit me, and I will remember for at least a while, was in their S rank support. Cordelia eventually, at one point, does refer to herself as the Cordelia.
That's fantastic. That's so fucking good. That's so good.
She's going into the bit.
She's doing the bit.
Yeah, I think about like Gaius' support with Tharja. I'm just like, nah, man, your curses aren't working on me. I guess I'm just lucky. I don't know.
So that's
I'm
actually
built like
something you get into with more of Tharja's supports, is she's actually really bad at cursing people.
Okay.
So,
It's more
here's-
like a running gag for
Yeah,
against other
it's
people she's
open
great,
to
but not this people.
It's open to alternative interpretation, but yes. So the other thing is that, like, taken across all her supports, however we're pronouncing it, Tharja, I guess, comes off less as, like, antisocial stalker and more as, like, amiable grouch. She has a really interesting sense of humor that you really only get through those supports.
And that works for quite a few people, where you have a chance to really dig deep into how they are. For example, you look at Henry and he's going, wow, blood, and all that stuff. But you also realize he's also
trauma.
He's also very pragmatic about certain things, and his viewpoints and his actual important ideas of what he believes in are just different from everyone else's. It's not necessarily bad, but
It's just
it's Henry.
sort of orthogonal to everybody else's angle on things.
Yeah, his value system is different.
Which, an interesting thing is, because of the parrot mechanic, supports had a different weight to them. They're very overpowered when you're paired up, but aside from that, they're just, whatever.
Nice to have, yeah.
They're nice to have.
You get
they
tapped out at 10% of each combat stat.
yes, for just the support, but when you pair up, you get more of the stat.
Yep.
And
you can also get bonuses based on who else is standing next to you too. So it gets wild.
Yeah, and also you have higher chance to follow up and cover. So that's really what supports do for you. So they allowed you to do more supports, so you got to see a lot more of these personalities, which is a thing that I really appreciated in Awakening, which allowed these side characters to flesh. I mean, like, how many people did I get to, like, A rank with Owain? I think, like, 3?
Yeah.
Yep.
3 or 4.
Yeah.
Right, I forgot about the absolute disaster brigade that is the children.
The children are so good.
Oh my god, they're all such train wrecks. Which, again, makes sense, right?
Yes, but I love all the dumbass kids.
But they're such
And
disasters.
There are still aspects of those characters we never got to see because we didn't see those supports. Like, we didn't see why Owain is like this, why he acts like this.
I kind of figured he just thought it was funny.
He does, but it's a coping mechanism too.
He's not the son of Crom. He's just a kid in a world where his parents have died, and he he needs to be a hero or else he will break down and just not stop functioning.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing, right? Like all these kids are traumatized because they come from the worst place.
Which is interesting because there's also conversations where Wayne will say, "Hold on, I'll just talk normally for you." He fully is cognizant.
Let me put it on hold for a second.
Yeah, he is fully cognizant that he is putting on airs, but he will turn it off if it is important enough that he wants to talk to the person where they will understand exactly what he's saying. He's just doing it because he enjoys it, and also it is his coping mechanism, so he does not have a nervous breakdown.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a
Or
bit, but it's
another
a
one,
useful
whatever.
bit.
For example, another support we didn't actually get a chance to see, the support between Lucina and Jerome. You find out that Jerome gave Lucina the mask because she needed it in order to be in disguise.
He had a spare.
Yeah, he has a lot of spares actually. That comes up at one point.
He collects masks.
As an aside, this is not particularly apropos of anything, but I just want to express my disappointment when Smash Ultimate included like alt quote unquote color schemes for characters that rebranded them as something else, specifically for Bowser Jr., I think. I was inexpressibly disappointed that Lucina didn't have one that just rebranded her as Marth, except that the narrator inflects it with a question mark every time he says it.
Yeah.
Marth?
Marth?
That, exactly
Marth?
that. I want it so bad.
Bedman?
Bedman.
Bedman? Anyway.
Okay, so let's talk about some of the mechanical aspects of this game then, just to get into it a little bit more. Like we already talked about the parrot mechanic and stuff. I like that weapons were very plentiful after a certain point. Like Newbie said, it was kind of the treadmill of you being able to move up to steel and silver and other stuff.
Much like other games, and this may be, again, more explicitly because I was playing on hard, but I had to use bigger weapons, silver weapons, so on and so forth. But I could buy them, and they were just there. It really goes to say that, the final shop before the end game sells brave weapons. They're telling you, hey man,
Get in.
Do you have money? Use it.
The ongoing joke of, Crumb, we can buy physics tapes.
Yes. Just the moment where I could feel like my illusions about this game just shatter. Well, right, we can just do that thing. We could just buy the good stuff.
What if we just...
And even though Newbie did a run where he intentionally was using more and more of the kids, just because it's a fun way to show that off, you could absolutely get through this game just using Gen 1 characters the whole way through.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You will be fine.
They're fine.
You might have to do a little bit more finagling to make it work, and some characters just possibly don't turn out. For example, Newbie's Lissa did not pan out. It happens.
Yeah.
But another person's Lissa could be fantastic, and she could go all the way to the end game.
Also, we didn't plan out any of the pairings at all, and all our kids were busted.
Yeah, we will fully point this out. Newbie and I sat down for about 5 minutes and just, all right, we're going to write down all the characters in Gen 1. Who do you want to pair up? Cool. Done.
And again, a lot of them were just like, yeah, let's do Kelm and Sully. I know they have a night kid, and that's not optimal, but I really just want to see Sully grill Kelm.
Yeah, and it was hilarious. And actually, let me phrase it back. We did it for all the characters we knew about, so... when we got to the very end, when Olivia shows up, it's okay. We have two options for Olivia: Fred or Libra. Fred it is,
which resulted in a child that had Soul and Luna, and that was funny to me.
Discount Aether.
Discount Ether, I was going to say if you didn't.
Which is
it
funny because he can be a child of Crom and have actual Aether. Actually, no. He can't get Aether. He's a boy.
Yes.
Never mind.
It's just Lucina that inherits it, right?
Yeah. It's the girls.
No,
the girls.
Yeah, that's right. He gets rightful king.
Well, no, actually, I think he could have it passed down. Actually, if it's the top skill that. Hold on.
No. The boys
right.
always get rightful king.
Your boys always get rightful king. You're right.
Never mind.
Either way.
I like this game.
Yeah, I before playing it again on stream, I didn't really have high opinions of Awakening because I fell off of it real hard when I first played through. But and Crumb has pointed out that maybe due to the weekly playthrough method of doing it, I walked away from it really enjoying it. It has a right balance of like you really need to think about stuff, and like because of the skill system and the way that you can for classes and the inheritance system, it really does allow you to build some interesting units. We had a rally bot that was really interesting.
Yeah, that is very cool.
Yeah,
So
for Vinay, Severa had Vake and Cordelia as the parents, and Cordelia was a Falcon Rider, and Vake was a hero.
Warrior.
Was a warrior. So he got rally strength, and she got rally speed.
Almighty.
And then I turned her into a bow knight, which gave her rally dex.
So +4 strength, +4 skill, +4 speed, just everybody in 3 spaces.
But
Which is hilarious because it's coming
It's
from
Severa.
Severa.
yeah, it's Severa. That's why I started laughing.
And she's got like 130% sass. So she's probably just yelling at you to be better. And everyone's like, all right, fine.
less. Fine.
If you stop talking already, fine. I will go take care of this.
Yeah, to say that the higher level difficulties above hard are probably bad. The game was actually probably balanced around hard, because hard feels really acceptable.
I have tried Lunatic. It is Frederick mode.
Yeah, it's not good. Don't.
Unless you super love the game, in which case, hey, you do you. But for a first time playthrough or second time, I would suggest not doing it.
And I wouldn't rank this based off of the
No.
unlockable super difficulty.
Yeah. We're keeping it at like the right around the normal hard level difficulty for our rankings. One thing we do need to point out here is some of the maps in this game were very good. I enjoyed a lot of the set piece maps. For example, like the boat map, I thought was a fun fight where you're just getting attacked by all these boats on different parts and you're fighting your way through. I think the first fight against the Conqueror, his name is
Walhart.
Valhart.
Yeah, Walhart.
Walhart.
Yeah.
V or W, it's probably, depending on where you're at, it would be one way or another. Where it's outside and you're just getting buried under Cavaliers. While it is just an open map, you know what's coming as soon as you get to this map, and I thought that was a fun experience the whole way through. That being said, not penultimate, but the map prior to that, where you're just fighting a bunch of Risen and on a mountaintop, man, that map sucked.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what map you're talking about.
Really? You don't?
The Awakening map.
Oh, that one.
Right before you get the super cool recharged falchion.
Okay, that's what you're talking about. I thought you meant like before Valhart, and I'm like, what? I don't remember that.
No.
But no, yeah, that map was the most like we need to fill time map of all time. That map was just nothing.
Oh. But for the most part, I'd say the maps are middling to
They're
fine.
snappy, they're nice. You get in, you do a little bit, you get out. They're not too long. I really like that.
I like a lot of the
do
parallel maps too.
A skirmish is just a cooldown or a warm up.
Yeah. Like most of the kid maps that you were doing, I like the ideas of the maps. Now, it depends on what power level you're at when you get there, can make them
They're
brutal
tiered,
or
as we
entertaining.
discussed.
Yeah. For example, when you picked up your bunny boy, that map where you said, let's fight them all, that map turned into a very funny experience because, oh boy, they are all coming for me. And you really have to hustle to get through that map. And it's a fun experience if you go for it.
I think more than the rest of them, that was a map that Shell and Morgan just kind of shined on.
Oh, yeah. We need to hold a point.
Morgan with a hammer. Morgan with a hammer.
Newbie, I love your son.
Yeah, for today. Morgan, because Robin was married to Long Q, showed up as a Myrmidon. And then we went...
We already have one.
We already have one, and especially for Gen 2, like we have Owain, he's right there. What if we reclass them? And then I opened up the reclassing list, and I saw that Barbarian was on there, and I was like, wait a minute, what? Barbarian's a class you can be? So then Morgan was a Barbarian.
Oh, good.
It turned into Berserker, because you don't naturally get a Berserker.
I guess
Which
you
also
don't.
turned into a series of memes of every time the despoil skill went off, which is if Morgan kills someone, there's a luck percent chance
Oh,
that a
Boolean.
small Boolean
Yeah.
happens. Of, oh, hey, Crumb, look at that. And I slowly sink further and further into, I hate this game.
I think Morgan, over the course of that playthrough, got us like 20,000 gold, or maybe
Oh,
30,000.
Probably 30.
Prime.
But that's an experience right there. If you made your own fun out of it by just saying, let's try something different. And it works.
Which,
Now,
now, I know this wasn't the game that introduced them, but I do want to point at Second Seals. I fucking hate Second Seals. I don't like the idea of completely reclassing a character.
there needs to be
fine with it if
limits.
you
There
kept
needs to be
your
limits.
level.
There needs to be a lot of limit. I don't even say there needs to be limits. I just don't like it.
I get it. I'd be okay with someone like Morgan and Robin being able to do it because their whole idea is being flexible, but I don't think everyone needs to be able to do it.
Oh, right. That's the other thing. Vinay, because it was Morgan who has a magic growth turning into a berserker. We had a
Yes.
character that could use the bolt axe.
I was gonna say, is it Boltax? It's Boltax.
It's Boltax the clock.
Him and Owain were both wild in that they had almost even strength and magic by the end of the game.
No. Morgan's strength was way above his magic.
No, right. Sorry. Owain just had very balanced. But, like, yeah, Morgan could use a bolt axe, and Owain had equal strength and magic, so he was... Sometimes I just left him there with the bolt sword, and he was fine.
Levin sword.
Owain and his bucket full of swords.
Oh, Wayne.
Full
And
sword.
Owain, who did not have one normal sword in his inventory, had all legendary swords, including the turfing.
Good.
no, not that one.
No, not that one.
We named a killer edge.
Of
trophy,
course you
but
did.
but we spelled it how Owain would spell it.
Of course you did. As an aside, that was one comment that I was pinged on when I looked at the support list, which is, and this is essentially a necessary consequence of the design they went for with supports. The one, I guess, detriment is that, at least in first gen, which is the part of the game I'm more familiar with, there are not a lot of what's the description I'm looking for here? Like same-sex supports for the characters. I
Yes.
don't mean romantic. I just mean like dudes talking to
Yes.
other dudes
No,
and
no,
girls
no.
talking to other girls.
That was a problem that I was having in the... So in the first gen, I rarely had that problem because I had female Morgan or female Robin, and I could just do opposite gender pairings for almost everyone except for one person. Though because of that, and because Morgan was male, I had the opposite problem with the kids, where there were 3 bonus male kids.
Yeah.
And yeah, it kind of became a problem of finding the pairings that I wanted to do with units that I wanted to match together that would have supports.
Right.
One of the issues I do have with Awakening, and it's this thing that went on for all of quote-unquote new Emblem, is there are just too many supports, I think.
Yes.
While I appreciate that you can have a lot of different supports with different characters, so if you have, like, you really like Thuria and you want to see all of her supports, you can do that. The problem is there's also, like, just too many for each individual person that I think it's a detriment to the overall quality of the writing and just energy put into the game, that there's so much energy that has to be put into this mountain of supports that it would be better off if there was like half or even 2/3 as many supports that you could focus on it more. Again, I'm just using arbitrary numbers here, but it's too much.
It's too much.
It needs to be cut back. We don't need to have
some fraction less.
Yeah, in a game like this, we don't need to have every guy being able to pair up with every lady. I know that might rankle with some people, but it's just not how that would work out. There needs to be some scaling.
They actually did the legwork in Awakening to like make it work, but like you don't need to. You can pair that list and then just have people shoot the shit with whoever. Have fucking, I don't know, have Tharia have awkward conversations with Sumia about literature or something. I don't care. That's a
Damn, I would read
my
that
Crow.
conversation.
Tharja.
I'd read that conversation, right?
What was that, man?
I was saying, where's my Crom and Tharja support? They don't
Yeah.
have to get married. I just want to see those.
No,
two
no,
interact.
but like just having them shoot the shit sounds like it'd be a good time.
yeah.
Anywho, yeah,
I think we're all pretty positive on this game.
which
given
I'm gonna slide it up here, and
Nodding my head.
Yes.
I mean, I definitely object on purely grounds of mechanical, like, gut feeling reaction, putting it above Thracia, but I understand. I get it.
Yeah, purely mechanical and also introducing new ideas and all of the creativity thing. I think Thracia would rank above it. I think the big thing about Awakening is it does the support stuff so well, and the writing and localization is so solid that it does elevate it.
like here's a thought. There was a discussion about this after some emblems were played, and I was able to point at this because I remembered it. Awakening uses a cutscene fight. Like, some earlier ones do that, but which is all well and good. Like, earlier emblems have moments of like, I'm gonna kill this unit, so we're gonna do a
Cutscene fight.
A cutscene fight.
Layla getting killed is a cutscene fight, for example.
Yeah, the thing is that Awakening does is its cutscene fight is Bastilio and Flavia.
Flavia.
Basilio and Flavia, yeah.
Yep.
Flavia.
Versus Walhart. And it is initially, Walhart runs up, Bastilio is there, they face off, Bastilio misses, and then Walhart hits him, and he's fucked up. And then Bastilio's like, you need to get out of here, and she's like, I won't let you go. And then they do another scene where Walhart attacks first, and she does the cover mechanic.
Yes.
And then Bastilio counters and crits, but then he gets counter-critted. And like that integration of like the actual mechanics of the game into the cutscene fight was just me going like, damn, that's good.
Yep.
There's a lot of good narrative touches. I'll give you that.
So I think we have one last question here.
Yeah.
Who's ahead in A?
Why you gotta make me choose?
Look.
So
Pick between
It's
your
some-
children.
So this is actually something that I chatted with Mia
Yes.
about, because we chatted like for a while on Thursday night
Yeah.
afterwards. And I think this is actually getting back to the thing that made us both go ick about 776. There's no weird thing like that detracting from Awakening. Like there
from
is
genealogy.
from Genealogy. That's the only thing that I really can see. Otherwise, I would actually have Genealogy higher. I really like Genealogy, but that plot, that whole plot idea, just really sucks.
And I mean, I've already made my impassioned speech about Thracia. I blew that loud at the beginning there. So, you know.
Again, I could look at those top 4 games, and if any one of them was lead, I go, yeah, I see it. I could also see it just staying as is.
I'm staring at this right now. I want you to know, I'm like, I am 1000% looking at this and being like, yeah, the Genealogy has some really gross writing parts, and then I'm looking at Awakening, I'm like, I really don't like I like the parrot mechanic. I don't like the parrot mechanic. It's entirely
it's totally
different.
fair.
Like I keep flip flopping between the two, trying to be like, which one's better, which one's worse.
Newbie debates on Kaga's vision.
Kaga's vision, though. Oh, how can I portray Kaga's vision?
Okay. So, Crumb,
Yes.
what's on top for you
What's on top for me
of these two?
of these two?
It's not easy, is it, Crumb?
No, it isn't, which is why I'm glad we're having this discussion. I think I have to go with Awakening. I know it's safe, quote unquote, in terms of how the plot works out, but in this instance, safe was the better choice.
Vinay. Between these two, which one is on top?
So I wasn't here for most of FE4, so I think I have to recuse myself from this.
Okay, I understand.
Also, good idea because then it becomes 3 people as opposed to 4, and we get to be at even more loggerheads.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing with me, and this is gonna suck for newbie. I'm placing genealogy above
Okay.
Awakening, which means it's literally on you, newbie.
I mean, to be fair, it should be on newbie. This is
It always
horrible
was,
thing.
yes. It's his thing.
This is a science.
Yeah, genealogy was a game that got from even just watching it. My video game strategy brain gears were ticking. I was having my own thoughts of, ooh, I would do this and this and this.
That reminds me, right? I recently saw a video where somebody who thinks about Fire Emblem, among other things on the internet, made a case specifically for the money system in Fire Emblem 4 because it produces such fascinating outcomes. Specifically because people are going to hand shit off to their kids. When you are replaying Fire Emblem 4, you can, for example, make all sorts of bizarre galaxy brain decisions premised on getting characters who would never have the money to buy, I don't know, some ring or another through the pawn shop, just because you think it's going to produce interesting outcomes in Gen 2. Because characters can't just arbitrarily trade things off. You have to actually make decisions about money.
I can't even go down that because there's characters like that in genealogy as well.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Specifically.
No. I was going on a different thing. I was going to say.
Oh,
like,
I see.
I don't like. I would point out Awakening and say it does have the problem of some units becoming entirely too overpowered and get solo mass. That happens in genealogy.
The first character you have can solo maps. His name is Sigurd. He's pretty cool.
Sigurd and his legendary silver sword. Yeah.
Sigurd and his legendary Brave Lance.
You have a unit from the very start. His name is Frederick. He can solo maps.
Why is this the final point of this stream?
It's perfect. It's perfect.
And again, because it is like just 1,000% based on it, there's a lot of similarities between genealogy and Awakening.
By design, I should think.
Yeah. Shit.
I think I can hear someone in the distance screaming, "Collusion! This is collusion! Mia and Crumb have set up this entire situation just to mess with Newbie." And the answer to that is, maybe.
Like, I like the ending of Genealogy way more. I like the overarching plot of Genealogy way more, but I like the characters of Awakening more. It's a very, very hard time, but
it really is.
As the science dictates, I must come to a decision.
Newbie, you must slay your children. Only one can stand.
All right, give me a moment. I need to focus.
Okay.
Thank you, music, for I think getting to the end of this thing. Yeah, it got to the end of that thing.
Oh, wait, maybe that's something that could push it over. Music. Does one game's music like really reach to you more than the other?
No.
Damn. Well,
honestly, that's something that I'm gonna say as a bullet point. Not Awakening. Fire Emblem music doesn't really stick with me too much. It's all kind of whatever on a whole. There are certain songs that may stick with me, but it's like one or two from each game that really like the whole soundtracks.
Alas, neither of these games have God Shattering Star.
yes. Well, we will get there. Also
Yes.
to dubstep, but that's actually one of the reasons.
None of these
why.
games have Twilight of the Gods.
Yes, we have a pick between Awakening and Fire Emblem 4, and the winner is Gaiden.
Oh, what's that? Here comes the mystery of the emblem from behind.
With a steel chair!
All right.
Okay, let me ask you this, Newbie. It is, let's say next year, and you want to just play another Fire Emblem game, and you pick up these two games in your hands. Which one do you plug into this magical game console?
It could be either one. It's fucked up.
I feel like at this point it is largely question the way I would contextualize it, right? Because this is what the decision would be for me. Do you, as a general rule, value how do I put it? Innovation and like technical creativity, novelty, whatever, or polished, well delivered, well cohered narrative execution. Because it seems transparently clear that Awakening's edge over Genealogy lies in its narrative execution. It seems clear that Genealogy's edge over Awakening lies in its mechanical innovation and execution.
Which is wild
So,
because
what's more important to you?
because Mia and I are on different sides of this, and I think Mia usually goes more towards the narrative stuff, and I mostly goes towards the mechanical. So it's interesting to see where we're landing on this.
Yeah.
I don't even have a horse in this race, but like
No,
that does seem
that's a that's a fantastic point to bring up, Vinay, and I really do appreciate it. Mainly because two reasons. One, it is a fantastic point, and two, it's twisting the knife even deeper into newbie.
I think, and I'm slightly worried on this. This might have to be a thing that we come back to eventually, when it's less fresh. But I think I might take Awakening over Genealogy, just because I do actually. I had so much fun with the supports in that one. I loved getting supports and just reading the dumb little stories.
Now, cool. I do actually think that might change after the next game.
We'll see.
Yeah.
There's a factor of the dumb little stories have to be good.
As Crumb just slowly hurls a rope over a pulley above Newbie's head and starts tying a sword to it.
Anywho, the real conclusion of all this was exactly what I was hoping that was going to happen, is there is no S-tier Fire Emblem.
Not yet.
Yes.
We haven't gotten to Echoes yet.
For fuck's sake, Crumb.
You have a good
Why
point
would you
there.
do this?
But like, I do look at the rest of these games on the list, and like, I have heard good things about New Mystery. It's gonna have to do a lot to jump up.
It's
from
not
S-tier.
gonna hit S tier. New Mystery is very, very good. I'm a big New Mystery fan. It's not gonna hit S tier.
But like, looking at these, Echoes is the only thing. Like, I don't know. Fates would have to do a lot of backflips. It's probably not going to hit there. But I don't see any of these games except for Echoes, and this is including Engage, hitting S tier. So there may just be the fact that, according to the science, there is no S tier Fire Emblem.
It also could
And
be a
you know what?
situation where we get to the end and someone takes a golf club to the S tier and it just disappears.
No,
I'm not gonna lie.
No,
The
I love the empty S tier being there.
The thing about this is that it is a comparative measure, right?
Yes.
Yep.
If nothing else, what we've demonstrated here is that the quote-unquote power curve for Fire Emblem games is weirdly flat, right? We have the outliers, but even Fire Emblem 6 is not unmitigated trash.
Yeah,
It's
boring.
bad by Fire Emblem standards, but everything D and above has a case for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything
You-
D and above, I would pick up and play just as I want to do that.
There is a
100%.
joy in all of the games in D and above, unequivocally. It is sometimes a mixed joy. Sometimes you have to fight with an inventory system, but as we talked about when we were talking about FE1, there is a pure joy to that. A
Don't
simple
you dare. Don't you dare. Oh, I thought you were adding another row. By the way, this is actually something, again, because me and I chatted about this for a little bit. Other way around for tier.
No.
It's spelled wrong. This
I'm
is
really
something
sad
that
you
me and I
didn't type
chatted
it
about.
as TAR once he told you it was spelled wrong.
We said at the very beginning, however many games that Newbie puts on this list, and the dead center should be Sacred Stones, because that is how that game is.
Yep.
And I'm,
Yep.
gl- I'm
Fucking
glad that's how it turned out.
Yep.
Dead center, baby. Not only is it C rank, there are 5 games above it, and there are 5 games below it.
Nailed it.
That's from them, baby.
We have 7 more games to put on this list. Probably 8, actually, because Engage isn't on here. There might be more. I'm absolutely hoping that 4 games go above it and 4 games go below it, so it stays exactly where it belongs, which is dead center.
I did not think this was going to take 4 hours and 15 minutes, but this was the current ranking of emblems.
I had it clocked at 2.5 hours, and then Vinay joined in and went, "We're gonna add more time, baby."
I'm so sorry.
And then we started talking about genealogy of the Holy War
I mean,
Yep.
like,
and
the thing,
Thracia.
yeah, the thing about this series is that it seems like all of us do feel passionately about at least one game,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
at least all of us are the kind of nerd that will have, like, pocket theses about a specific thing about this stuff,
Oh,
which
yeah.
means we will talk at extreme length if you get us started.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
and a good thing to point out on that is that we will also have a conversation about this without it detracting other games that we know other people or feel about. We're not trying to knock the other game down to make our game better or any kind of bullshit like that. Because looking at the top 4 games, I'm pretty sure each of us has, of those 4 games, each of us has that individually ranked as their highest.
Yep.
No, this is correct for me.
Oh, but also, yeah, science has decided
Yeah.
that this is science.
Anyway, I'm going to end this local recording.
That's fair. You know what's
Bye,
really
everybody.
wild, though? Sorry.
No, you have to put that in now. You have to.